on again. All right, that's all muted. It is too early, Zion. Bummer. It's 10 a.m. It feels earlier because of the rain and then there's no sunlight. So that part is true, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm a little bit later than usual because I had to set up a couple more things. Hey, Madison. Good to see you. Saw that you subscribed like a couple days ago, so appreciate that. Trying to think of anything else that'll matter for this. No, I'm going to go through basically everything. So if those people that are watching this after the fact, this is the Super Saturday video where I'm going to be going through, oh my god, like so much stuff. I'll be going through every graph that is on the AP exam this year in moderate to complete detail. Not as much as I would if I'm lecturing on it in the first time, but it's review as much as I would do in any review setting. I will also be going through, at the very end, I'll be hitting on absolute comparative advantage, terms of trade, as well as bank balance sheets, because I believe those are two sort of skills that are really good options for College Board this year to use on the AP exam for macroeconomics, because they're not things that the formulas will save you with, they're things you actually have to know to do. So the only thing that's really not being covered in the Super Saturday in detail is the formula-based math stuff. So any like math-heavy component, whether that's GDP calculation, CPI calculation, or unemployment calculation, and multiplier effect material, those are the only things I am not covering in this. And if you want videos over that, I did GDP, CPI, and unemployment 2 days ago on Thursday, where I went through some FRQs that cover those concepts, and I used a bunch of the formulas in those FRQs, so feel free. It's early if you stay up until 3 a.m. watching Avatar. Zai, it's gonna be there. Netflix put it on there. It's gonna be there for a bit. You could go to bed. It's you know the show. You've watched it all before. Kenneth, good to see you too. Ken, Austin, good to see you as well. I mean, I'm sure some of you guys had an 11 a.m. exam at some point. I would have woken up at 9 on 11 a.m. exam. Austin, I am doing fairly well. It's a little early, but not too bad. I've been waking up at like 8 o'clock every day anyway, so today was not any different. The rain was weird. It's raining right now, pretty hard actually. But outside of that, everything's fine on my end. Archer's doing okay. Give you some Archer cam at the top. Boga. No, my camera. Yeah, it's not long enough. The cord's not long enough. Archer, move. Archer. Yes. Yes. Look at my dog. Bubba. What? You don't walk away? What are you doing? I'm getting you attention. Jasmine, good to see you. Oh my god, he's still shedding and I'm wearing a black sweater. I've got to be careful around him today. Yeah, the Bubba boy. Booga, 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 booga. There, oh, scritch. Okay, good boy. We will get more of him throughout. He'll be showing up intermittently whenever I'm bored or whenever I feel like we've gone too long of me just talking about an FRQ and we all want to die. I'll pull up my dog. He sleeps all day, Zai. It's fine. He sleeps, like, I gotta say, like at least 16 hours a day. He's in this spot. Yes. Let's angle this properly for now. I'm just gonna see how long he'll hold there. He does not like sitting there, so the fact that he's there right now, we will just chill in this position for a little bit. Okay, it's 10 a.m. on mine, but I'll still wait a few more minutes before I get started because I started up a little late for me on my live stream. I expect a lot of people to watch this after the fact because it is 10 a.m. and most of you guys are not waking up at this time. Also, it's a Saturday, so some people are working because, you know, essential personnel, also a lot of places are open. Sydney, Super Saturday. Yeah, you get the pump, get the hype. Let's do this. Let's be excited. We're making it. This is full of caffeine right now. Now, the game plans for this to go from now until 2 p.m. That is long. That is 4 hours. Take a break in the middle. I'm going to put time breaks in the middle of it, going for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes here and there, just so that you guys can decompress. Kenzie, good to see you. Theory, Lori, I don't know who you are, if you're a student in my class or not. I can't tell. Either way, it's fine. I sent this link out to people at the other schools in the district, so if there are people that I don't know, that's totally normal. But this will be comprehensive. I'm going to cover every graph for the AP exam, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, it was supposed to be prom today, which is why I was worried about doing a Super Saturday the week before the AP exam. But now, hey, prom got canceled, so there's a silver lining in that you get to learn about economics for 4 hours. Yay, sounds like fun. Or whatever. So, going through every graph, pulling up a bunch of FRQs, working my way through them, explaining my way through them. If you have questions while I'm working through this stuff, put them in the chat. Please, please, please ask. Okay? The point of this, if I were to do this in person, it would be like in the lecture hall at our school, and I would be taking questions the whole time. I do talk for 4 hours consecutively in that, and I've done it the last few years, but I field questions like nonstop the whole thing. So if you've got questions over a concept, feel free to ask it. There are no stupid questions here. A lot of you guys either haven't reviewed or just haven't gotten to reviewing for this class yet. It's been a while. Matt, that was your alt. That's fine. I mean, I have my other account too that I've been signed in before when I view my channel, so that's totally normal. No worries, Matt. I'm trying to think of anything else. That should just about cover it in terms of previous announcements. I'll be going over one thing that was asked about when it comes to the AP exam and submitting like a picture via your phone, because I've been recommending my students do that. At least for my class, I recommend handwriting your answers because of math that you might have to do. Because you're going to sketch graphs anyway, you might as well take pictures of your stuff because you'll be doing pieces of stuff on paper regardless, I think. So if that's the case, then I'd recommend taking a picture. I'll show you what the problem was that we had this week that College Board was experiencing. They actually put out a tweet yesterday explaining the problem that they had and an easy solution to that problem, which was basically just format on your pictures. A lot of the times you guys' photos don't save the right file type. So I'll show you how to fix that because they sent out a helpful tweet on how to fix that. Archer is still staying in his bed. Good for him. Proud of him. The rain's coming down really hard right now. How's the weather looking like today? I would assume it's just rainy the whole friggin' day. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's rainy the whole day. And it's stormy for the next, 2 hours. Awesome. Okay, cool. So, with all of that stuff in mind, good morning, class. Thank you guys for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. It's good to see a lot of you guys that I haven't been able to see so far this weird remote learning window, semester, half semester, whatever. For those of you that are in NISD and in my class, this is your last week of work before we have the final week of school. Our AP exam for macro is this Thursday at 3 o'clock Central Time. So be ready for it. Then on that day, I will be going live on this channel as well, around 10:30 probably, and working my way through everything kind of again. I won't be doing the same PowerPoint, I won't be doing the same lesson. I'll be doing much more of like call and response of, okay, what do you want me to show you? What do you want me to do? I'll just randomly find FRQs. I'll pull up multiple choice questions that I've assigned out to my kids on AP Classroom, like a whole bunch of stuff on AP exam day. But this should be a good, if you haven't reviewed it all for macro, I'm not going to say this is going to save your butt, but this will at least make your eyes open to oh, I need to review that thing, that thing, that thing, and that thing. This should really spark some things in your mind of, oh, I forgot how to do that, and that. I need to go back and either watch my videos, because I have my whole channel, I have videos over every single thing, and they're not like AC/DC videos where they're 4 or 5 minutes. They're comprehensive. They're the full lecture, the full content with me doing an FRQ or two or multiple choice question or two, the whole shebang. It's everything, covering every nook and cranny of the content, just in case they throw curveballs at you on the AP exam, because for econ apparently they decided to make it harder on you, not easier. So we're going to work through all that stuff, talk about the exam format, all of those things here right now. So thank you guys for tuning in. I'm trying to think of anything else announcement-wise that should cover it. Graduation stuff, stick to email, check your email still. Check your email even after your Friday of next week. I know you guys technically graduate or finish school then, but they'll probably still be using that email account for at least a week or so of sending things, and your College Board account might be linked to it. So keep an eye on that email address. It still exists after you graduate, so you can keep checking it and using it as a heads up for NISD students. So this week's stuff, let me pull up the PowerPoint that I'm working through today, which is a friggin' monster of a PowerPoint. That is up on that end. I've got the pen up. I've got my whiteboard. I've got my expo markers. Okay. So with everything. All right. So Graphocalypse. Yeah, this has come up a couple of times. The first year I did this, they actually let me use the pack, and during the school day, in the time window where we were going to have our mock exam, they decided, hey, let's just do a review session. So I had all of my kids and all of Stember's kids in the pack for, so it was like 300 kids in the pack for for the first 4 class periods of the day, I want to say I had them in there. And I did this. Now I've modified this in a couple of ways. One, to remove the Forex market, because this year's AP exam, Forex market is out, because that's the part of the AP exam they cut off for Econ, was the international trade portion of it. The PowerPoint is already on Moodle. Matt, I already got you. No worries. My Moodle, I've got this PowerPoint. It's in the very first thing. I've got AP Macro Super Saturday. I think I've updated this PowerPoint today, so I'm going to resave it at the end. If I make any changes during the thing, I'll resave it, and then I'll post it on my Moodle. But you're already on top of it, Matt. I have that, and I also have this. Wait for it, guys. Look at this. Look at what I found / made, because I couldn't find it. I had to make it myself yesterday. All the graphs you need to know for AP Macro. Here's every graph and a brief description of stuff, including shifters for each graph, a picture of the graph, labeled stuff on everything. All these graphs on one handy-dandy Word document that's relatively printable and should be able to be used on the AP exam as like a nice little notes thing. And that is also on my Moodle under that thing. And for those of you that are not on my Moodle, I will save this on Google Drive. I will edit the comment section or edit the description of this video, and I will throw this document in there. So any of you that are from a different school, like Northwest or Eaton, and you want access to this file, I'll put a drive link in my description after the video is posted. So that'll be at the end of the 4 hours thing, but still, you'll be able to access this nice little handy-dandy document. Yeah, I kept looking for one, and I kept finding ones that were like not detailed enough, so I just made it. And that was a cool 3-hour thing. That's why I was worried. I was like, this is gonna take me a while because I want to put all the description and find good pictures of it. It took me a decent amount of time. And the formula sheets are on there too, so feel free to pull that up. All right, so AP Macro Review. The exam format this year, total of 50 minutes. It's really 45, but total of 50 minutes. It's really 40, actually. We've got 25 minutes for the first FRQ and a 5-minute submission window after the fact. Like, as you're taking your exams at this point, so you know that 5-minute window, you kind of want to use the early portion of that. You don't want to mess that up. You're going to have a long FRQ in that first one, which is typically parts A through either F or G. So if you're looking at a multiple part question, it'd be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Long FRQs go usually to part F or part G. They're fairly detailed. They have a lot of stuff they have to deal with. Matt knows how to use the emojis in the chat. That's not going to be good. They're usually cross-unit, so they cover things from multiple units. You might see a comparative advantage thing paired with unemployment rate for fun. It's not to freak you out. It's just comprehensive. So the long FRQ pulls from a lot of different parts of the course. It'll also often have multiple graph components. Now, people have been confused about this, and even some teachers have been, because I'm part of the teacher Facebook group, and they're like, there's no graphs in this year's exam, right? You are not required to submit a graph. You don't have to draw and label a graph. It's not a part of your grade. But there will be questions that ask about graph things. They'll ask things like, what happens to real GDP and price level after blank? And that is an aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph question, because real GDP and price level are your axes on that graph. They might ask what happens to nominal interest rate if this happens. Well, that's the y-axis on my money market graph. It probably is a money market question. So they might not ask you to literally draw the graph, but they might ask things where the answer is found using a graph. So when you go back to that graph document that I just pulled up, things that you want to be careful about are okay, what are my axes? Price level, real GDP, nominal interest rate. Keep that in mind, because if you see a question that asks what happens to nominal interest rate or what happens to real interest rate, real is on my loanable funds market graph, nominal is on my money market graph. So when they tell you one or the other, that actually tells you what graph you're messing with. So keep that kind of thing in mind, that you will probably graph, and in that case, I would have a piece of paper out, definitely, and at least be sketching graphs on that piece of paper. The second FRQ you're going to have is a shorter FRQ, usually parts A through D or E. It could be multiple graphs, you could do aggregate demand, aggregate supply, Phillips curve in that window. That's not impossible. It could also be literally all just one thing. I've seen short FRQs that are just a bank balance sheet. I have seen a FRQ that is just absolute comparative advantage terms of trade. Those have happened. So it could be locked into one area, could be multiple graphs. There's a lot more flexibility with the short FRQ. The long FRQ is almost always a multiple graph problem. It usually hits on the aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph, and then 1 or 2 others. Maybe loanable funds, maybe money market, maybe Phillips curve, but aggregate market supply graph is almost always in there. So those are the kinds of things we'll see on this year's exam. For most of your guys' accounts, what you guys have been saying in the chat is that this year's exams have felt easier. That could be for a couple reasons. One, that the amount of information you had to cover for your classes was shorter because they cut it off for a lot of classes, which means if there's less they can test you over, that's less you have to review, and a higher likelihood of a thing that you know being something that is being tested over. So be aware that like there's some reasons for that, and those reasons might not apply to econ, because in econ they barely cut off anything, and the thing they cut off was a thing we did already cover. So that's going to be a tricky part for us. I don't know if econ's going to feel as easy as the rest of them have. So fair warning on that. Don't be counting on this like it'll be easy like my other exam. It's like, please do not count on that. If it is, then awesome, but I'm preparing for like it's terrible, and I'm going to try and get you through it regardless. Now, this is the tweet they sent out earlier. They sent this out yesterday, and I know from your AP Psych teacher, you guys got an email that had said basically don't do the test via your phone, don't upload a picture. That wasn't from College Board. That was because there had been some testing issues with taking a picture via your phone. Preston, good to see you. This is the problem they were having. The problem was that the only files they allow for when it comes to submitting a picture of a test are JPEG and PNG files, which are very, 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 very common for your phone to take, but not a guarantee. Not all of your phones automatically take it as a JPEG. Like, yeah, that's kind of, it's not the same for everybody. So if you have your phone out and you're planning on taking my exam with handwriting it and then taking a picture of it, and you don't already know that it works in uploading JPEGs or PNGs, go to your camera settings, go to camera, go to formats, and then hit the most compatible format, because the most compatible format is typically JPEG. So that should work just fine. I think on Android it automatically does that, but on Apple they have like their weird like Apple files. I think it's like UIIC or something. Matt asks, PDF is okay? Yes, a PDF is fine. That is different than uploading a photo. Like when you're uploading a photo, there's only like a couple of file options. When you're uploading a file, you can upload a PDF. So it's like file, photo, or type your submission. File could be a Word doc, a Google doc, or a PDF. If you can put a picture on a PDF, that's allowed. It's just tricky. They've said that that's fine. It's just wonky on them. I would probably just make sure that if you're doing it handwriting wise, that this is enabled. If you're not sure if your phone does this, take a picture with your phone, attach it via email, and send it to yourself on a different email account. And then see, is that file a JPEG or a PNG file? If it is, then you're golden and fine, and don't worry about it. Sorry, Matt, you had a good question. So, College Board requests us to use qualitative arguments on our tests. If I still try quantitative, is that fine? So what he's asking is if I explain with math or explain with a graph. Yeah, that should be fine. On a normal AP exam for our class, they would allow us to explain via math or via graph. Try not to go overboard with that, because there are situations where, like, if you go down the graph rabbit hole, you could end up having like 3 shifts on 3 different graphs, even though the explanation is just like a fairly simple thing. You might have gone a little further, and that could cost you time. So do what is the best time-wise for you, Matt, because this is not a significant, this is a little less time than we'd have on our normal AP exam, so I'm not sure if qualitative and quantitative, if qualitative isn't better. Because in some cases, like the qualitative argument for comparative advantage is that they have a lower opportunity cost, and that's all you actually have to say for an explanation point there, and that's fairly quick. Whereas trying to do the math for it can take a while, and explaining the math for it would take a decent amount of time. So it's going to be up to you on that. Either one is typically allowed. It's just in a lot of cases I find in economics that qualitative is actually easier than quantitative. And again, he's just asking words versus math. Okay, so what this is going to look like, what this whole presentation with this video is going to look like. We're going to go through each graph that can show up on your AP Macro exam, explain what it's used for, describe the X and Y axis, what they're used for, why they're there, all that stuff. Describing key characteristics of the graph, what stuff is it tied to, going through determinants or shifters of the graph, and practicing with AP questions. Short version, Matt, yes, you can do that. What you're asking is fine. It is allowed. Personal recommendation, I would generally say qualitative, but either way, they'll allow for both. I try to do too much detail on that. Not much of a degree. You don't have to go crazy. For explaining a shift, you don't have to explain too much. This increases aggregate demand because it drives up overall spending levels in our economy. Like, that's all you need to put for like why does that increase aggregate demand. There's some FRQs here where I can explain that using examples. So, and the last thing we're going to do is we're going to practice with AP questions. There are going to be a lot of FRQs in here. So if you have been watching FRQ videos, you are overexposed to the FRQs at this point. I have gone through, good God, probably like 40 or 50 of them at this point in these videos. So if you've been watching them from the start, like Zion and Kenneth and Sydney's been here for a lot of them, and Preston's been here for a lot of them, you guys have seen a friggin' ton of these. Now, I picked different FRQs for the most part for these, but you've seen a lot of FRQs. So this practice is meant for everybody, not just for y'all. If you get bogged down or bored, you know, take a break. It's cool. I'm not going to judge you on that. So the list, the graphs you have to be able to deal with, know, understand, or reference. You've got the production possibilities curve. That is the, you know, that one from the very beginning, the easy graph for most people. Our regular old supply and demand graph, which is just the tripe and Seppin one, remember? Where it was just like supply and demand of beef or supply and demand of iPhones, like of just one good. Short run and long run, aggregate demand, aggregate supply graphs. You have to be able to understand both. And when I talk about long run, you've got to know all three like different versions of the long run, which is the full employment version, the recession version, and the inflationary period version. And don't worry, I've got pictures for all of this. This is just like your, what do I need to make sure that I understand? Your short and long run Phillips curves, which ditto for the like inflationary gap, recessionary gap thing. Like these two graphs are tied to these two graphs, so you have to understand that relationship. The money market graph, which is the one that had to do with the Federal Reserve Central Bank. Loanable funds market graph, which is the idea of banks and borrowers, lenders and borrowers. And then lastly, the business cycle. People tend to forget this one. You don't ever have to draw this graph, so don't stress out about that. But they might reference it. It might come up in terms of like, in the expansionary phase of your business cycle, what is going on in your economy? And the answer is just that it's expanding, but that can trip up students because they don't forget that the business cycle is a thing. The business cycle is the wavelength looking graph that we looked at for like a day that had like this full employment through line going up or something. And again, that's on here too. So these are the graphs that I'm going to focus on today. And then after I go through all of these, I'm going to hit on absolute comparative advantage in terms of trade, and then do an FRQ over that, and then I'm going to hit on the bank balance sheet stuff and do an FRQ over that. Because that covers what I think could be an FRQ outside of math. Again, I am not covering the math stuff today, because it's frankly just a bunch of formulas you have to memorize, for like GDP, price, inflation rate, unemployment rate, and multiplier effect stuff. That really won't be coming up today. Only because if I could teach the entire course in 4 hours, guys, I would have just done that like once or twice and then moved on with my life. If I have time, if I finish this thing at like 1, then I might pull the math. So, first graph. Easiest thing in the course. The easiest graph. The production possibilities curve. The axes on this one are an example. Capital goods and consumer goods. The numbers are also an example. You don't have to worry about the numbers themselves. Production possibilities curves just show the possible production combinations that an economy can produce given their current resources and technology, okay? So like all of these different things are just different combinations of the goods they can produce. This country could produce 450 capital goods and 0 consumer goods. They could produce 10 consumer goods and 0 capital goods. And any other combination shown by the line or shown inside the curve. Any of those are fine. Now, the differences are, on the line is them maximizing their production in a sustainable way. It is full employment production is how we typically refer to that. It is not overdoing it, but it's maximizing it, if that makes sense. It's tricky to think about it, but you don't want to do like literally all possible, because all possible can like grind your economy. It's not necessarily sustainable to go 120 miles per hour, but going like 80 is pretty good, gets you there fairly quickly, is not really speeding depending on where you are, and stuff like that. So like that's the idea. Full employment isn't like going crazy. It is maximum sustainable production. For our economy, the way we phrase this is full employment isn't 0% unemployment for America. Full employment is typically having unemployment be around or around 3.5 to 4.5% unemployment. If we're in that range of unemployment, then we're generally at full employment, because that's fairly sustainable. So, Anything below the curve is unemployment. It means you're producing less than you should be. If I can make 450 zero, then why would I ever make 250 zero? That would be stupid. That would be bad. Something's going wrong. If I'm underneath the curve, then that means that either some resources aren't being used, or some labor is not being used, or some labor is not being used appropriately. We're doing something stupid if we're below the curve. Not that it can't happen, it does. If you're in a recession, you're going to be below the curve because you have a lot of unemployment during recessions, right? So recessions are also underneath the curve. On the curve is where you want to be. In this case, on this graph, being further up on this one, because capital goods are my y-axis, is actually better for long-term growth, because if you have more capital, that's more technology and tools, it allows for your economy to produce more in the long term. So like generally on this version of the graph, it's actually a little bit better to be like up here than down there from like a long-term growth standpoint, but that's a little higher level. This curve can move. The curve can shift out or in depending on resources. If you've got more resources or more productive resources or more available technology or tools or etc., then your curve could shift outward, right? Because then your ideal production, your sustainable production would be like a higher max. You would have a higher bar on that. If you had better workers, smarter workers, more workers, all of those things would increase your production possibilities curve. Those are all good. If you have less of those things, if you somehow lose technology, capital, tools, machinery, stuff like that, maybe a natural disaster, maybe this rainstorm that we have is like a tsunami or something crazy, then yeah, you can see the curve shift in too, because then your max would be lower. That also could happen. You can figure out opportunity costs by moving from point to point on the curve. That shouldn't really happen on an FRQ, to be honest. I don't see that being realistically a possible thing. But for example, if you're at 450 zero and you were to go to like this, looks like a point. So it's called 450 and 0, and then 9 and 200. My opportunity cost of going from this point up here to this point down there was 250 capital goods. And moving from here to here, I gave up on producing 250 capital goods, so that's what I lost. I gained 9 consumer goods, that's cool. But you can figure out opportunity cost by moving from point to point on the curve. It's what you give up in moving from one point to the other. One last thing, which would only have come up and understood if you watched the videos for this. So if you didn't watch my videos for this, this might have never crossed your mind. But the PPC and the LRAS curve represent the same idea. Kind of along the lines of the LRPC as well. Because they represent full employment. Remember that your LRAS is drawn at full employment output, which is your maximum amount of sustainable production. Cool, that's what this line represents too. So if I do a thing that would move this line, it would also move LRAS. So like economic growth is your obvious thing there. If your economy is growing, getting more productive, and again that's usually tied to more capital, more tools, technology, machinery, then this curve would shift out and LRAS would shift to the right. It doesn't. You don't generally draw that a lot. You don't end up drawing on the AP exam a lot, the LRAS curve shifting. But it can happen. It happens if there's economic growth. So there's your production possibilities curve kind of like summarized. That is your easiest graph, generally speaking. And here's the only FRQ I found that was almost entirely about the production possibilities curve, and even then, D and E aren't. So I'm going to give a little bit of time for you to read through this. The only part that people tend to get tripped up on in A is, increasing opportunity costs. About how curve has increasing opportunity costs, because as you move from one point to the other, the slope is getting progressively steeper. So I'm going to give you guys some time. I'm going to read Matt's thing. When the government lowers the interest rate, sometimes it encourages investment that causes capital increase to boost the risk, but sometimes also trigger the crowding effect. Yes, both of those things are true, Matt. How do you know the difference? If it's a fiscal policy, that tends to cause crowding out. If it's a monetary policy, it doesn't. Because monetary policies don't rely on the government having to borrow the money. So if it's a fiscal policy, crowding out is your big obvious thing. If it's a monetary policy, then crowding out generally doesn't happen. Reminder that the thing that lowers interest rates is generally monetary policy. So those two things don't necessarily happen at the same time, unless the government decides to do both. Like if the government does expansionary fiscal and expansionary monetary, then yes, you could have the interest rate would be indeterminate. in that situation. It could go up, it could go down. Well, then I don't know what happens to it. And that's an answer. Not knowing what happens to it is an answer. Drink some more tea. The big ones for what we just covered. Now, A is tricky because we didn't really cover increasing versus constant opportunity costs, but A through C are the knowing what I just told you, you should be able to do this. If you know more from the other parts of the courses, if you remember, you might be able to do D and E. Don't answer them in the chat. I'll answer it through the thing. If you have a question to ask, feel free to ask it in the chat. I'll give you a minute or two. No, I'm not going to try and have you answer this whole thing by yourself. It's just to see what kind of progress you can make on it. Give you a little time to try and process it and think about it. Should check and see if there's audio coming through my mic or through my headphones. Doesn't appear to be. I've had my headphones off this whole time. Oh, I don't have my video up on my computer. That's a problem. There it is. What kind of progress you can make. Alright, let me mute that. There it is. Okay, cool. You need to have that pulled up so I can possibly kick Ethan if he shows up again for no reason. Oh, and I'm going to use this whiteboard a lot on here. If there are times where the whiteboard is really important, I'll just zoom to make my picture the big thing so you can see what I did for my work and pause on it to see what the answer is. A lot of these FRQs, you can just straight up Google them. If they're from a previous AP exam, then their answers are published online. So you can always look that up. This is a previous AP exam question, so you can always look up their answer. So for this one, we've got the country of Fisherland that produces only consumer and capital goods. Again, the production possibilities curve is always an oversimplification of an economy. Oh, shouldn't have clicked that. Make sure I have that instead. The graph shows the production possibilities curve for Fisherland. Yep, production of which of the following exhibits increasing opportunity costs? The production of consumer goods only, the production of capital goods only, the production of both goods, or the production of neither goods. So this goes into the idea of, all right, as I move from this point to this point, 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 this point, then what's happening to my opportunity cost? It's going up, right? A bowed out curve like this is going to have increasing opportunity costs. The only alternative way you could see this graph drawn, and that's an amazing axis, by the way, I should have just done it on here, is a graph that has a straight line, a production possibilities curve with a straight line, has what's called constant opportunity cost because its slope is constant. It's the trade-off at the whole time is the same. On this one, it's not the same. So I know it has increasing, but does it have increasing for consumer goods, capital goods, neither or both? It's not neither because it definitely has it. The answer is for both. Now the logic there is both going left to right and right to left, I have increasing opportunity costs. Because what you have to remember is when I go right to left, my opportunity cost is the x value. Going from here to here, I give up barely any. From here to here, I give up more of an x value. From here to here, I give up even more of an x value. From here to here, I give up even more of an x value. On and on and on and on and on. So both directions, I have an increasing opportunity cost. It's a curve, and it's a curve both ways. If I were to put a mirror in the middle of it, it would look the exact same, right? Okay, well then it's for both. Let's see what Matt's think. So money policy isn't borrowing because it involves changes in the money supply rather than the government just changing spending on their own. Yes. Correct, Matt. Because the Federal Reserve's money is not tied to tax revenue, whereas the government spending is. B, redraw the graph given above. I've done it. I've redrawn it. Show a point that represents full employment and efficiently reused resources. Label it A. Alright. Boom. Done. Moving on with my life. Love that question. Yeah, Matt, exactly. Just if you were to reflect the graph, it would show the same thing, right? For C, assume there's a recession in Fisherland on your graph in part B. Label as C, a point representing the recession. Boom. Moving on with my life. Production possibilities curve questions can be really easy like that because it's like, okay, well, recession's a period of time with declining GDP. A couple of hints here. It does say a point. I do see this sometimes when they ask for a recession, where they draw a new curve. The problem with that is that line is still full employment. That line is still their maximum production, and that doesn't track. Because in a recession, your max production is still higher. Like the problem is you're below your max production. So by moving the max production level lower, that actually isn't showing a recession. That's just showing, okay, this economy, something really, really bad happened to it that changed their maximum level of production. They're not in a recession. They had their economy actually shrink permanently. A recession is like a dip, not a permanent crater that you are now in. Recession is meant to be a temporary thing. You get out of recessions eventually. Sometimes it takes a long time, and by long time I mean like months to a year. Sometimes it doesn't take very long at all. D, identify a fiscal policy action that the government can take to address the recession. This is for a later thing, but it's still important. We're in review time, so you should know what this is. They're in a recession. What type of fiscal policy first, and then a specific one. It's always good to know the type. Now, if you can just go to the specific one after, that's fine, but it's always good to know the type. If you're in a recession, what type of fiscal policy do you need to do? You need the economy to expand. So you need expansionary policy. And yes, my handwriting is so good with this pen, because I'm using literally my mouse. So it was never going to go great. I need expansionary fiscal policy. I got two options. There are two expansionary fiscal policies. You could increase government spending. You could decrease taxes. One of those two. One of those two would be a policy action the government could take to try to address the recession. Now, it might not work out. Now, crowding out can still happen and stuff like that. But if it's asking for a fiscal policy they could do, that means the government's trying to fix it. Well, if they were going to try to fix a recession, what the government would do from a fiscal policy standpoint is either increasing G or decreasing T. You know, when it says fiscal, it has to be one of these. Because fiscal is done by Congress in America specifically, and this is the stuff that Congress controls. Monetary is when you can do other things. Oh, crap. Let me undo that. There we go. E says, assume instead there is no discretionary policy action, meaning the government decides to do literally nothing. Classic. Love it. So cool. Will SRAS increase, decrease, or remain the same in the long run? This is tied to what we refer to as our long-run self-adjustment problem. So I'm drawing my aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve because I'm going to need it. For those of you that don't know, capital Y is GDP. Peyton Milner, oh geez, I thought I remember PC better. You'll figure that, you'll realize that with everything. It's like, I just realized that it's been 4 months since I learned that. It's like, yeah, first semester kids, it's been like 8 months since they learned it. Like, this is easy. It's like, yeah, but you don't remember it, so that's the whole thing. You guys are taking a lot of classes and a lot of AP exams, so no sweat if you forget stuff. There's a lot on your plates, which is why I'm doing all this stuff, so that you have something to go back to when you forget. Because I expect you to forget. It's not because you're dumb. It's because you have kind of too much to do. Too much to learn. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is what my graph on my average demand aggregate supply graph should look like if I am in a recession. Reminder that it looks like a recession because my current level of production right here is below LRAS. This is full employment. Okay, well, this is below full employment. This is point C. This line is point A. This is A. That's C, if you need that. Okay. Now, we mentioned this. In the long run, if the government chooses to do nothing, what happens? Well, we say a couple of things. One, the economy is self-correcting in the long run. Our economy always tries to get back to where it's supposed to in the long run. And what typically drives that is businesses, because businesses acting in their own self-interest kind of end up acting in the collective self-interest. What I mean by that is, in the situation, if businesses do a thing that allows them to sort of come up with profit, it'll actually kind of fix the economy. So what businesses would need to do here is something that involves SRAS, because businesses really kind of determine that line. They have a lot of say in that one. So we always mention that in the long run, if the government doesn't do anything, SRAS will move to get back to full employment. Well, if you needed to, just short version, where it's going to have to move is here. SRAS will have to move over to the right. It's going to have to increase to get back to full employment equilibrium. Now, what could businesses do on their own that would allow them to produce more? The most obvious thing that they can always do is they can change wages. They can raise or lower wages kind of at will. It's a free thing for them to do. And in the long run, wages can change. So if a business were to cut wages, pay their workers less, they could then hire more workers and produce more stuff, which would work. And we'll get the economy back to full employment. That's the idea. If you're wondering, well, how would they get away with that? Well, if you're in a recession and you're an employee, your options are either take a pay cut or get fired. Do you want to be unemployed during a recession? Probably not. So you'll take the pay cut. And this is what's happening right now. You have a lot of businesses that are doing pay cuts to their employees. Hell, there are freaking hospitals that are doing pay cuts to their employees. Nurses and staff that are there doing literally the most important work right now are getting pay cuts because the businesses realize, hey, if the government can't fix it, we kind of need to do something that allows us to sustain and continue to exist. If they cut wages, they can actually afford to hire more workers back or increase their production ability by buying more capital and resources. Well, if they can increase their production or ramp up their production, that could actually get us back to full employment. You might end up with a lower price level, you might end up with lower wages at the end of the day, but if we're back at our full employment level of output, then we've got a better level of unemployment, and generally speaking, we're doing better than in the recession. Not better than appear probably, but better than during the recession. So increase because the economy is self-correcting. Businesses could, or would in this case, lower wages so that they could hire more workers and increase their productivity. And that'd be the full explanation. That would cover it. So there's an FRQ, and this one is technically a short FRQ, only parts A through E. It can hit on a couple of graphs. It did. It hit the production possibilities curve, and it hit the aggregate demand aggregate supply curve. You wouldn't have thought when we learned the production possibilities curve initially that they could make it this complicated, but they can. Because the course is complicated like that. Okay, questions over this FRQ. Now again, these two things are things from other parts of the course. If you haven't watched the videos I did over them, I have a video over fiscal policy, I've got a video over the long-run self-adjustment. If you're not sure how that works, or you still don't understand, or you need a little more detail on it, go watch one of those videos. They're longer, but they cover it in full detail. This is meant to be a review video. So if you never understood that thing in the first place, you might want to watch the full content video that I did. That'd be a better bet for you. But if you have a question right now, I can try and address it. Let me take a drink before I move on to the next graph, supply and demand. Okay, I'm going to delete that and go on to the next one. Move my face out of the way here. Let's go up there. So, supply and demand, the basic one, the original one, the OG supply and demand graph. Now, this really shouldn't come up as an FRQ. I've only seen one FRQ where they had the supply and demand graph, like the original just supply and demand of a market FRQ. I'd be surprised if they did it, but again, I'm going to try and prepare you for everything just in case. So I'm going to fly through this a little bit just because I'm not as concerned about it. And we covered this in fairly good detail in the class. It's price and quantity of whatever good we're talking about and the supply and demand of that good. Businesses would rather sell goods at a higher price. So if their good was commanding a high price, they would produce a very large amount of it. Whereas if their good is commanding a fairly low price, they wouldn't really want to be producing as much of it because it's not going to make them as much money. Which is why the supply curve is upward sloping. The demand curve is downward sloping because we'd rather buy stuff for cheap than at a higher price. So there's your general idea of why this graph looks like this. When someone changes the price of a good, it doesn't cause the lines to shift. It just causes a movement along the line. So if they raise the price of this good, you would have this happen. You would go up on the price, but you wouldn't change anything else. You would just see that these points now exist. Where this is my quantity on my demand curve, and this is my quantity on my supply curve. What this is telling me is that businesses would rather produce this much more so than people would rather buy it. There is going to be a surplus of this good because businesses are going to produce a higher number than what people are going to want to buy. The price is too high, so there's going to be a bunch left on the shelf, right? You know if a thing is overpriced, that there's a bunch of it left on the shelf, right? This is just that visualized. It's the price is a little higher than it's supposed to be. If conversely they lowered the price of this good, you would have the opposite problem, which is that people would try and buy it really quickly, buy up a lot of it. Okay, quantity demanded exceeds the quantity supplied, there'd be a shortage. That idea happens on kind of every graph, to be honest. When anything other than price changes, you will probably have to draw a new curve. For demand, we mentioned our acronym was TRIPE. Here's just like the AP exam list. Change in buyer taste and preferences, number of buyers, its population, changes in income, prices of related goods, or buyer expectations. Basic idea, if people want to or are more able to buy that good, the demand will go up. If people want it less or are less able to buy that good, then the demand will fall. For supply, willingness and ability to sell the good. This is not the amount of the good that exists, it's the business's desire to sell it. So if that desire goes up, supply shifts to the right. If that supply goes down, shifts to the left. Could be the price of a resource, technology, taxes or subsidies, expectations of future price changes, number of suppliers, etc. There's a bunch of stuff. Basic idea, will this affect consumers or producers more? If it affects consumers more, demand might go up. In which case, look at the equilibrium point for what happened to price and quantity. Price went up, quantity went up. Okay, people want a thing more, more of it's going to get sold and bought, and it's going to get sold at a higher price now because people want it more. Think of what's happened to smartphones over the last 15 years. Well, not close to 15 years now. It's 2020. Smartphones have been around for at least 10 years. Almost 12 years? 2008? Yeah, 12 years. So this is the only FRQ I have ever found over supply and demand. It's literally one. It's the only one that's on AP Classroom that just covers supply and demands. Now, this is out of like 190 FRQs. So pretty low chance you'll get it, but just in case you do, I'm going to work through this one relatively quickly. I'll use my whiteboard for it because I have to graph a lot here. Assume that gasoline is sold in a competitive market. The equilibrium price is $50 per barrel. Equilibrium quantity is 1,000 barrels. Okay. Just drawing and labeling it as if the AP exam was going to grade me on my graph. So my graph should look like. That's part A, because it just asks me to label everything. At a price of $40 per barrel, will there be a surplus or a shortage? Well, the price being lower than the equilibrium price is an advantage to who? Consumers or producers? It's an advantage to consumers, right? If the price is really low, that's awesome for me and you. This is what it looks like if the price is $40. Is that a surplus or a shortage? Well, my quantity on my demand curve, if you look on the demand line, the point that I'm at now, is at a higher X value than the quantity on my supply curve, right? Wondering what I'm looking at there and try and point it at it properly. This is my quantity demanded. This is my quantity supplied. There's a higher quantity demanded than quantity supplied. People want more of it than businesses have. So what's going to happen? Businesses are going to run out. Shortage in the market. The explanation here would be because the price is lower than the equilibrium price, there will be a higher quantity demanded than the quantity supplied. People will want to buy more of it than businesses will want to produce, causing it to run out relatively quickly. Imagine if bottled water was 25 cents per bottle. They would sell out of it much faster, right? Assume new oil wells are discovered. On your graph from part A, so I'm just going to erase this 40 thing. On your graph on part A, show how this change will affect the price and quantity. So it's saying that there are new oil wells. This is the gasoline market, so there being more oil wells is super helpful in one respect. Is this a supply or demand change? Does this affect the consumers of oil or the producers of oil more immediately? Well, who's discovering the oil wells? I would assume the producers are, right? And oil is the resource used to make gasoline, right? Okay? Well then, this would definitely help producers produce more of their good, right? There should be more gasoline in the market now because businesses now have an increased ability to produce and sell that product. Oh, yeah, Matt, I tend to draw them as straight lines for the simple fact that drawing parallel straight lines is significantly easier than drawing a curve with a parallel curve. The AP exam allows for either. They're technically curved in most cases because there are like asymptotes. Like you couldn't have like, they don't really realistically expect there to be like a negative price for a good and stuff like that. So a lot of the times if you looked up like the strict like textbook version of a graph, it'll be curved. I tend to avoid that just for the sake of it's much easier to draw the graphs like this than to draw them with curves. AP exam is cool with either because this is just macro one. In an advanced economics class, they're going to make you draw it with a curve. But on this exam, you don't have to worry about that. It's a fair question. The Keynesian view of LRAS, you don't have to worry about. The Keynesian versus... they've dropped the Keynesian versus classical view when it comes to your aggregate demand and supply graph, so don't worry about that. They stopped asking about that on the AP exam because that got a little too, I'd say, high level, but that is definitely a macro 2, not macro 1 thing. Okay, so new oil wells are discovered. This is what should happen. Supply should go up. How will that affect my price and quantity? This question could be the exact same on the AP exam. It just doesn't say show. It would just say explain how this will affect the price and quantity. Just if there is a higher amount of the resource available for the production of, there we go, for the production of gasoline, then they should be able to produce more of it, right? The supply should go up, which will allow there to be a higher quantity of the goods sold because if they're producing more, then they're going to sell more. And it's going to be sold at a lower price because if businesses find a bunch more oil, doesn't mean I want it more, but there's a lot more of it in existence and a lot higher supply, so they're going to have to start lowering the price in order to remain competitive with each other. If more people have oil to sell, the price of oil is going to go down. Basic idea. So this is what would happen on C. Price goes down, quantity goes up. Assume instead there's an increase in the price of gasoline-operated automobiles. I'm going to keep this because I know what happens in E. Assume instead there's an increase in the price of gasoline-powered automobiles. Okay, does that affect the producers or the consumers? Well, the producers of gasoline, okay, automobiles are more expensive. That doesn't really matter to me. That matters a hell of a lot to consumers, though, right? If you're a consumer, then the only reason why you buy gasoline is for your car. And cars are more expensive now. Okay, well, I buy less cars, so I probably don't need gas as much. Demand would fall. So demand would decrease. So that's the green line shift. I'm focusing just on the green line shift. Don't worry about both yet. For part D, it's just asking if only this happens. Well, if people want cars less, or buy less cars, they'll want gasoline less, right? So there will definitely be less of a quantity of gasoline because people aren't going to be buying cars. And if people don't want to buy gasoline as much, won't the price also go down? If they don't specify short or long run, do we assume short run? Yes, Peyton. Good question. You assume short run if they don't specify. Yeah, if they don't specify, you assume short run. Now, all of this is on a normal supply and demand graph. There isn't a short run versus long run on this graph. But when it comes to the parts where we do have a long run stuff, they'll have to specify the term long run. The term long run has to show up for that to go there. But that's a very good question, Peyton. Now, last one says part E, if both changes happen, what happens to price and quantity? So I'm going to go to where my new S and D meet, where my blue and my green line meet. That new equilibrium point down there at the bottom. So what happened to my price and my quantity when both changes happen? Well, compared to my two red line intercept, the 500, 1,000 thing, my price definitely dropped. It dropped a bunch, right? My price is significantly lower than 50 now. Looks like it's like 15, maybe. Like that low. Okay, so price, super hard drop. What happens to my quantity? It looks like it doesn't change, right? What does that mean, guys? Remember, what does it mean if it looks like it didn't change? What do you write? You write indeterminate. Because it's not that it doesn't change, it's that we actually can't tell what happens. Because look at the green and the blue line. When I did the green shift, the demand shift, my quantity went down, right? Because if people want a good less, they buy less of it, right? Well, when I did the supply shift, when I did the blue line shift, the quantity went up because if businesses produce more of the good, they should be able to sell more of the good. Well, which one of those is winning? Is or is it people not wanting the good so they don't buy it, or businesses produce more of it so they can sell more of it? Which one of those is winning? I don't know. And that's why you write indeterminate, because indeterminate means we don't know or we can't know based on current information. So when you have two lines that are in conflict with one another, two lines that are both shifting, there is going to be some variable on your graph, either your y or x-axis, that looks like it doesn't change or changes just barely. Like it looks like it may, like my graph looks like it may have shifted to the right the teensiest bit, right? If it's like that, that variable is indeterminate. Because what happened is my demand shift said I would have a lower quantity, my supply shift said I'd have a higher quantity. I don't know who's winning. Indeterminate's my answer. Indeterminate doesn't mean I don't know, it means I can't know based on current information. I do not have enough information right now to know what the answer is. And I don't. And if I knew how big the supply and demand shifts were, I could do it. But I don't know how big the supply and demand shifts are. So, I don't know. So, indeterminate on that one. This kind of thing can show up on other graphs. On your aggregate demand and aggregate supply graph, it is technically possible for them to have a question or a scenario that could affect both graphs. And they could ask what happens to price level or real GDP. And if you have two shifts, one of those two things has to be indeterminate. So be careful with that. Okay, now this is the business cycle. I'm just going to go through this fairly quickly because you'll never have to draw it. But they might reference it, so I want to make sure that you don't get thrown off by that. So the business cycle, this should say real GDP as the y-axis. It's cut off on this for some reason. But the y-axis is real GDP. The basic idea is this is your economy over time. This is how is your economy performing, your economic health graph. It's sort of like there are times where there's a trough, there's times where there are peaks. Your economy has these ups and downs, like a seesaw effect of like sometimes you're doing good, sometimes you're doing not so good, etc., etc., etc. That's kind of like just how it is. Like your economy can't be peaking forever because if someone's winning over somebody else, someone's losing, and that's going to cause it to dip down. You only move left to right on the graph because time is your x-axis, and we don't have time travel yet, so you only go left to right. At the peak, right up here, you've got as low unemployment as you can possibly have, but typically your highest level of inflation. If we were to reference like recent history, the peak would have been like 6 months ago. Like December, November of last year, we had historically low unemployment. Like we were hitting at like almost 3% unemployment, which is crazy low. Like unbelievably low. Like almost bad how low that is. Because it means there might not be like the good levels of unemployment happening. And you should have had really high inflation. There was a bunch of really complicated stuff that kept our inflation rate from going too crazy. But generally speaking, that'd be our peak, and now we're in this window. We're probably closer to the trough than anything else, because I could easily see, like, once a lot of countries, maybe not us in the immediate future, but a lot of other countries like China and South Korea recover from the COVID crisis, then they could start ramping up their productivity, and that can help the rest of the world get back on track. So, like, the recession window might be shorter than you think. Like, it might not be equal in terms of the peak lasted for, like, 5 years almost for us, and this recession could last for maybe a year. And that would be bad for it to last for a year, but that's your basic idea. In a trough, you've got really high unemployment. Inflation's not an issue. Right now, inflation sure as hell ain't an issue. Inflation is next to not a problem. We might even have price deflation happen. Not a terrible amount, just some. Okay? So inflation, not the problem. Problem is super high, crazy high unemployment. Upward sloping parts are expansion or recovery periods. Your economy is building itself back up. An extended or severe recession of 6 or more months can become a depression. Technically possible. It's just a worse recession. It's not anything crazy. It's just a worse version of a recession. Sometimes you call this a contractionary period. A recovery could be an expansionary period. What this really means is, and that FE line is full employment, is that this is a different way of seeing the economy than like an aggregate to aggregate supply graph. If I were to say, hey, my economy is here. It is below, this is my full employment line. It is below full employment. What's my aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve look like? Looks like that. Because if you're below full employment production-wise, if my GDP is my y-axis, then I am below full employment. than I am here. Now, if I'm in the expansionary period, I'm like moving towards it. This dot is getting closer and closer and closer in that expansionary period. That X shape is like shifting to the right as we go up this expansionary thing. In the recessionary period, like this would look the same as this, but in this context, that X is actually going to be shifting towards the left, further and further away. If I was asking you to graph up here, it would look like this. An inflationary period. Oh, you can't see it. My head's in the way. There we go. This is what that peak looks like, because it's above full employment. FE is full employment. FE is your LRAS, it's your production possibilities curve. So if you're above full employment, you're there. If you're below full employment, you're there. And if you're at full employment, then you're at long run equilibrium. That's your basic idea. Now, this is not a graph that you have to be able to like illustrate. It's just a graph where if you know what full employment means, it's another way to visualize it. If they ask, hey, an economy is in the expansionary phase of its business cycle and is below full employment, it's like, okay, well, it's still below full employment. That's all that really matters there. It's just another way to view an economy. It's technically a graph that can still be asked about in FRQ. It's just literally never been the focus of one. It's just touched on. Okay. And it gets touched on by going into this graph. It's always tied to your aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph, because that's just a different lens through which you look at an economy. So don't worry too much about the business cycle. Just sort of have an idea of, if they referenced it, you know what to picture in your head. If they reference the business cycle, you know it's like, oh, it's that wavelength looking one. That's really all you need to know about it. I'm trying to think time-wise how we're doing. We finished 3 of the graphs now. We've got ADAS. Okay. Let's see if we can finish the aggregate demand, aggregate supply stuff, and then we'll take a break. So, aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph. This is the graph of an economy. This is the most important graph in the course by a large margin. It's the most asked about. It's the most requested. It's the most work you ever have to do in the course is based on this. Let me change my picture a little bit. That was bothering me. That wasn't centered. So, aggregate supply, or short-run aggregate supply, is your business's current ability to produce things given their current amount of resources, right? That's their current ability and willingness to produce, and it's all businesses producing everything in your economy. Aggregate demand is the overall demand for all goods and services in your economy, and it's best tracked by our spending. Because how do we track what people want? We track what they buy. So aggregate demand is best thought of as our spending ability and level. Aggregate supply is our production ability and level. So that's the best way to picture the graph. The y-axis is price level, and again, price level is the price of everything in your economy. This is total aggregate prices. If price level goes up, that means you've got inflation. If price level goes down, then inflation rate is dropping. Either you've got disinflation, which is just less inflation than before, or you've got deflation, which is actually negative inflation. Quantity of output, real GDP, that is your total amount of productivity. That is your X value. And you've got this equilibrium price level and equilibrium output. In the short run, it just looks like this. It's just your normal supply and demand graph, but zoomed out quite a bit. It's supply and demand graph, but not for one good, it's for everything. So when we're talking about what things affect it, they have to be fairly substantial things. They have to be very large scale, very macro economic measures. So things that affect aggregate demand are changes to C, I, G, and XN. This is your GDP formula. C plus I plus G plus XN, and these are what those stand for. Consumer spending. If you were to change people's incomes, if you were to raise or lower the taxes on them, if you were to make it so people can make more money or less money, that could change consumer spending. Investment spending is spending by businesses on themselves. So when a business buys a new factory or new technology or tools or pays their workers commissions or bonuses for being extra productive, that's investment spending. That also is a type of spending. That is a type of thing that's being demanded. It's just demanded by businesses. So we tend not to think of it the same way, but it does count the same for our aggregate demand. Government spending, spending by the government, that counts for AD. Even if it's deficit spending, it still counts for aggregate demand. It just might not have as much of an impact as it's supposed to. And then net exports shouldn't be as much of a focus this year because they said no international trade on this year's AP exam. Still could happen because it's not really trade related. It's just like, hey, people are buying more of our stuff. what's going to happen on our graph? People want to buy more of our stuff. We're exporting more. There is a higher demand for goods that are made in our economy. So aggregate demand goes up. So this demand is not just by people within our economy. It's overall demand for everything in our economy. So when we export, that is a thing that's made in our economy. People want that thing. If people buy more of our exports, then aggregate demand goes up. If we import more, that means that we're buying less of our own things, so that would decrease AD. That's why it's net exports. Net exports is exports minus imports. So if Americans import more goods, that actually drops AD in our economy because that's stuff that we could have been buying here that we are not buying here. That actually hurts us. For aggregate supply, the shifters are typically just things that affect your overall ability to produce as an economy. That is, changes in mass input costs. Things like oil and gasoline are very obvious there. Basically, resources that affect almost every business. That's a supply shifter. Minimum wage or just average wage rate would also be an example of that. If the minimum wage gets raised, that's going to make it more expensive for businesses. It's going to make it harder for businesses to produce things, so aggregate supply would go down. It could also increase AD. Both of those things could happen. But it would definitely also decrease SRAS. Changes in productivity, more technology, better technology, smarter workers, etc. If you can make more stuff, then SRAS would go up. And changes in government policy such as business taxes, subsidies, and regulations. If you don't regulate businesses, if you drop their taxes, or if you work to subsidize them, and by subsidy I mean the government gives them money so they can ramp up their production and compete with other places. In all those cases, the businesses have a different ability to produce, changes their ability to make stuff, which would change SRAS. Some examples of subsidies. That's a good example. So we have subsidies for things like farmers. For the U.S. agricultural industry as a whole is subsidized, largely. Most private farmers receive some form of subsidy from the U.S. government. That is literally, I mean, it's not like the business equivalent of welfare, because you don't have to give it to struggling businesses. But it's the same kind of concept, where this business without this subsidy would probably not be very successful. The problem with American farmers is we have a harder time selling produce at low prices. Part of that is because you need a decent amount of income to have like an okay life in America, as opposed to other countries like Mexico, where the amount of money required to have an all-right life is a little bit lower, so they can charge less for produce. China also, example, has lower cost produce than America. So the U.S. government, in order to keep farmers afloat and allow them to still exist and have farms, because there is like an entire section of our country that is very much reliant on agriculture, like the Midwest, right? The middle Midwest area. Okay, that part of our country really does rely on farming quite a bit. So the U.S. government subsidizes them, allowing them to produce more and sell at a lower price, so that they can then compete with China and Mexico and stuff like that. It's kind of cheating in terms of if we went complete free market, like we're going like full capitalism, we would actually let those businesses die. We'd be like, all right, China and Mexico are beating us in that thing. Let's scrap it. Let's move away from farming. But this is one of those things where America is not fully capitalist. It is in the middle. It skews a little more towards capitalism than socialism, but it's not completely capitalist because we do socialist things. Subsidies are a more socialist concept of the government trying to intrude positively, in this case, into businesses. In this case, try and help us compete on a global level. And less regulations. Regulations are things like environmental regulations are an obvious one, right? If you have higher level environmental regulations to protect like the environment, reducing pollution and stuff, that typically makes it harder for businesses to produce things, right? If you were to have an environmental regulation that made it so that businesses can't have factories near rivers because they might dump out there. Well, a lot of businesses, it's where they have their factories, so it's going to cost them a lot to move the factory. That's going to be a supply decrease. Very dumb question. So government fiscal policy can raise real interest rate because when they increase spending and cut taxes, they increase the demand for the local funds market. So how does government fiscal policy lower interest rate by spending? Or do they not? Am I being stupid? Let me think about that for a second. I want to try and make sure I understand your question. So how does government fiscal policy lower interest rate by increasing spending? It doesn't lower interest rate by increasing spending, I don't think. No, it shouldn't. The first thing you said is accurate. The second thing you said, it doesn't. Government fiscal policy, like expansionary fiscal policy, doesn't lower interest rates by spending more. It increases interest rates by spending more. Expansionary monetary policy lowers interest rates. And it causes more spending by people, not by the government. It depends on who's doing the spending, Matt, if you're wondering. When the government's doing the spending, that is typically a burden on the loanable funds market because the government will have to borrow that money. If the government does a thing that allows for there to be lower interest rates, which would be like an expansionary monetary policy would do that, that allows for consumers and businesses to spend more money, which is better. Increasing AED doesn't inherently... Wait, what do you mean? Lowering interest rates does increase spending. The government doesn't have to be the one that does that. Like, interest rates are still, to a large extent, controlled by banking institutions. So if you make things more incentivized towards banks, if you like lower regulations on banks, then banks might charge less for loans, which could ramp up spending. Not all AD increases are the same or caused by the same thing. So depending on the shift, it could have other side effects. Rain's coming down again. So yeah, the regulation thing would be like more environmental regulations makes it hard for businesses to produce things because they have to take into account pollution levels, which means they have to scale back like the size of their factories or the amount of carbon emissions they're doing, which is costly. So that's a decrease in supply. Preston, I think that should give you a good idea of it. It's why you see people advocating for less regulations on businesses, because if you do that, if businesses have the freedom to pollute the environment quite a bit, which is not like great, it would allow them to produce more of their goods at a lower price. It's why China had a leg up on us for a while. It's because China wasn't as keen on the environmental regulations part, which will allow them to have fairly low costs. That's your short run. And so for some practice questions, some stuff you could see would be things like this. These are multiple choice questions, not FRQs, because we're going to do a lot of FRQs involving the aggregate and supply graph. So I wanted to give you a couple of multiple choice questions that might give you a different frame of reference for it. An increase in energy costs will most likely cause price level and real GDP to change in which of the following ways. For this one, you can ignore the intermediate range of the aggregate supply curve. You can ignore that. Can monetary policies affect the loanable funds market supply by bringing more money? Yes. They do. Monetary policies inherently affect the loanable funds market. It's actually how interest rates go down. Because your expansionary monetary policies basically transfer money from the Federal Reserve's reserves to banks' actual reserves. And in that situation, the Federal Reserve doesn't loan out to me and you, but regular old banks do. In doing so, this increases the loanable funds market supply, which is what lowers interest rates. The reason why interest rates go down when you do an expansionary monetary policy is because you allow for banks to have more money to loan. If by bringing more money in, you mean putting more money in banks' reserves or allowing for banks to lend out more money, then yes, that is accurate, Matt. And that is why it does that. Okay, so for these two, take some time to try and work through these two. These are both drawing questions. And these are the types of things you could actually see in an FRQ format, where it just asks you what happens to price level and real GDP, or asks what happens to price level, output, and unemployment rate in this example. They wouldn't give you answer choices. You have to actually figure it out. But realistically, you couldn't have figured out much different than these answer choices. So what I would do for each of these is I would draw an aggregate demand aggregate supply graph, and then draw the shift that comes about as a result of the scenario in the question. And then based on that, what happens to price level and real GDP? Real GDP and output are the same thing, if you ever forget. I'm going to sketch both of these while you guys are working. Do not need to worry about LRAS on either of these problems. LRAS does not come into play here. trying to think of stuff that's off topic while I bring it. Elon Musk has gone crazier. Not crazy, he's already kind of crazy. He's gone crazier now. That's interesting. His kid's name is ridiculous. Anything else he says after that should be like taken with a grain of salt. Teslas are still cool products. It's just sometimes you have really eccentric people at the head of businesses. Like Steve Jobs wasn't always like an awesome person. In fact, in most cases, was kind of a garbage person. But Archer's in his bed again, so I'm gonna give you guys a camera view of that. Give you guys about 1 more minute to solve these problems. I haven't drawn already, but I'll give you guys a little bit of time. Texas. Come to Texas. Oh yeah. I mean, we could use a Tesla factory. That wouldn't be a bad idea. And Teslas are a nice product for us. Texas could really use more Teslas. But I'm all for more sustainable forms of transport. I think of other things. TV series Upload on Amazon Prime I thought was pretty good. It's made by the guy, one of the guys who made The Office and Parks and Rec. Not the main guy, but like the executive producer of those shows also made this Upload show. It's a little Black Mirror-y, but more comedy. It's also, I'll give you a warning, it's R-rated. It's uncensored. There's swearing. It's kind of an HBO equivalent. Like if you've watched Veep or you watched Silicon Valley or something like that on HBO, then you're prepared for what you'll see on Upload. But it's good. Frankly, if you watch Black Mirror, you're probably okay. It's not going to be any more messed up than that. Anything else? God, I'm getting hungry now. Thinking of restaurants. Still support local restaurants if you can. I think more local restaurants are going to be open now because of the phase 1 stuff. Should cover it. I have not seen Solar Opposite yet. I haven't caught up on Rick and Morty yet either, though. Got a little bit tired of Rick and Morty. Not because it's not a good show, it's just because a lot of the fans are really annoying. Still a very good show. So I assume Solar Opposite's also good. Black Mirror is a less terrifying Upload is a less terrifying version of Black Mirror. It goes less down the very scary version, but it still has like the existential part. So I like it because I have the same problem with Black Mirror as is that it freaks me out too much. I already go down that weird, scary, like technology could go really terrifying for me thing. Season 4, Episode 6. I'm trying to think of which one you're talking about. Okay, I'm going to go to this question because I think that's given us enough time. So, increase in energy costs will cause price level and real GDP to do what? Increase in energy costs, again, the term costs is inherently tied to the producing side. Because who pays costs? They do. They have the costs of production. So energy costs going up means that it's more expensive for businesses to acquire energy, which makes it harder for them to produce things. So for this one, and I have both drawn, but for the first one, you should see that SRAS will decrease, would be my drawing, which means that my price level goes up and my real GDP goes down. As a reminder, a situation like this, in number 1, is called stagflation. Stagflation being a period of time of both rising prices and rising unemployment rate. Because if you have lower GDP, you're going to have higher unemployment. This is a double bad scenario. For this one, if aggregate demand increases due to an increase in net exports, then what happens to price level, output, and unemployment rate? This one is just, do you know how to draw it, and then what happens to unemployment rate? Because it tells you that AD goes up. If there is a higher overall demand for stuff in our economy because we are exporting more, the prices of stuff in our economy will start to rise, so price level should go up. And our overall output rate should go up as well because we are producing more to sell more to the foreign consumers. This will also decrease unemployment rate because any factory that was export-oriented can now hire more people. So we should see increased price level, increase output, decrease unemployment rate. Bam, BB. Both for B. So there you go. This is the kind of thing that you want to get pretty good at. If I was to say like practicing a specific question type or skill, stuff like this. Being able to quickly change your aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph and know what happens to price level, output, and unemployment rate, super important. Helps a lot. Being really good at those is really helpful. That is still coming down outside. Delete. mouse. Okay, I'll do this, and then I'm going to take a little bit of like a 15-minute break. I'll be on the live stream and everything. I'm just going to give like 15 minutes of like don't have to do work for 15 minutes because this is a lot of econ in one go. So, long run. This is the complicated thing. This is the hardest part. Both in terms, I think this is the hardest thing to explain in the course because if we're acting under an assumption with this. So, the first part isn't that crazy. The long run average supply curve represents a country's ideal production given current resources and current technology. It's the production possibility curve. It's if we were to like isolate what's the exact amount of stuff we should be able to produce in our economy given everything we've got right now, it should be a very specific, or at least generally specific, of like around, what's our GDP? So it's around $21.3 trillion is like our natural rate of output, our ideal amount of production. If this is GDP, then I'm listing it in US dollars. But it's a specific X value, specific amount of production. So it's a vertical line here because price level doesn't really matter for it. As I'm saying, regardless of prices, what's the ideal amount of production we would have? So that'd be vertical line. That line can move. I've told you that they've never had you move it on an AP exam question. That's because they never had you draw that shift. Now, it can change, and because they're not having you draw this year required, they might have this show up. What happens is if something happens to your long-term growth or your maximum amount of productivity, then yeah, you would move the LRAS. So things like the size of your workforce or the quality of your workforce, that would improve it. Size of capital stock. Capital stock is like the best keyword. Lock it in. That thing definitely affects LRAS. If you ever see capital stock, you need to move LRAS. Because if you have more technology, tools, stuff like that, then your ideal productivity should change. Levels of education is a part of capital stock because that's human capital. Labor productivity, yes. If you have better quality workers, then yes, you would move LRAS. The most tied to thing for LRAS shift is capital. And again, capital could be physical or human. Physical being tools, technology, machinery. Human being your workers' knowledge and skills. So all of that stuff can change LRAS because that changes your ideal production, right? To be clear, those things also tend to change SRAS. So a lot of the time when you would move LRAS, you could have also moved SRAS. They can a lot of the times move together. You don't have to worry about that from a drawing standpoint because you'll never have to draw that. But if they ask you what happened to LRAS in this problem, think, did their ideal production change? Did capital change in some way? Did their labor productivity change? Did the workers get smarter? Is there more capital right now? The thing that often happens with that is investment spending. Remember that investment spending, the I in CIGXN, is spending by businesses on capital. So if investment spending goes up, LRAS should shift to the right because that means we're going to have more capital, which means our ideal production goes up. So investment is a very frequently tied to thing for LRAS. That would also change AD. It would probably move the whole thing over to the right because more capital, more investment spending, more of those things move the whole graph over. All three lines just over to the right. Long run's generally a year or greater time-wise. The timing doesn't really matter. And Peyton had a good question of asking, do I have to worry about long run if they don't ask? If they don't ask long run, then don't do long run. It's only if they say what happens in the long run that you have to worry about this. Points to the left of LRAS. So if your equilibrium point is over here, like if this X shape is over here, then you're in a recession because your current production is below ideal production. If your X is over there, then your current production is higher. That means you're in an inflationary period. The economy is overheating, you're speeding as an economy. So let's say an FRQ that had a government tried to increase aid to close a recessionary gap through monetary policy. That tracks so far. And it asks the effect on the long run. Would I say it increases then? It can, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. It could. Because an expansionary monetary policy has lower interest rates, which results in more investment spending, which results in higher capital. So yes, I would say it increases there. That is correct. And that's why monetary policies are generally seen as like better than fiscal. One, there's no crowding out effect, and two, when you do an expansionary monetary policy, you can actually increase their long-term growth rate. The problem there is when you do contractionary monetary policy, you can actually reduce your economy's ability to grow long-term, which is very scary. People do not like that. Because you're going to have more people in your economy, you kind of need it to get bigger. Now, some things that really matter here. Your economy, based on from the course standpoint, in the real world this doesn't always happen, but in the course, your economy wants to be in this situation. Your graph kind of wants to look like this. Okay? If it doesn't look like this in a problem, or a shift you cause stops it from looking like this, say that you do a thing that does this. You're at full employment and then the government increases spending or consumer spending goes up. If you're in an inflationary period for a long time, can the LRAS shift towards the equilibrium point and close the gap? The LRAS will never close the gap. Because the LRAS can't move on its own. It's not independent. It's dependent on other behavior. So I would say no. Ali. Also, Ali, good to see you! You're here too! Haven't seen you in the chat yet. If you're at this point right here, if this is what's happened, what will happen in the long run is, and I mentioned this before, this is the long run self-adjustment, is that businesses will have to sort of take the wheel, because if the government's not going to do anything, that's the long run self-adjustment. Businesses will take the wheel. We can see that they're in an inflationary period, right? Prices have gone up. If I'm a business and everything is more expensive, that means really two things are happening to me. One, I am gonna have to start paying my workers more, because if everything's more expensive, they are going to complain about it. They're gonna ask for a pay raise. And if I pay my workers more, I'm gonna have to fire some of them because I don't have magically more money. This is supposed to be parallel. I apologize for you OCD people. That would do this. If I have to pay my workers more as a business, I will not be able to produce as much stuff. My supply curve will shift to the left. And that would get me back towards long-run equilibrium. So this is what happens if you're in an inflationary period in the long run, Ollie. Is that because you're in an inflationary period, businesses will start to pay their workers more to help compensate them for the inflation. They'll then have to lay off some of those workers, which will reduce their current ability to produce. Ideally, they wouldn't have to lay off their workers, so LRAS isn't changing here. But we are getting back to LRAS because businesses are going to try and compensate the workers for that inflation and then lay off some workers. Calm down, right? Or you could argue because price level went up, the price of all of their natural resources, the stuff that businesses are trying to buy, is now more expensive, which reduces their ability to produce things in the short run. So supply, in either way, SRAS decreases. This is the thing that always sucked, which is the thing that is hardest to explain is that in the long run, SRAS is what moves, which, like, there should be a mental block there. That should annoy the hell out of you, because it annoys the hell out of me. It makes sense when you ignore the term short-run aggregate supply and long-run aggregate supply. If I just call this current ability to produce ideal amount of production and I ignore the short-run, long-run words, it helps me logically get through it. It's like ideal production, okay, current production will have to scale back because price level went up, which makes it so businesses will pay their workers more or the resources cost more. Either way, supply goes down. Okay, now we're up here. And hold and pause. So in the long run, if the government doesn't do anything, it's SRAS moving. It has to get back to equilibrium, and businesses will probably change wages and then change the amount of workers they have. And I'll show you with another graph. Let me shrink my head. So here are economies that are not at full employment. They can have you start here. If a question says that an economy is currently above full employment, if we label their current equilibrium point, point A, as point A to the left, to the right, or on the full employment level of output. Well, if you're above full employment, then point A is to the right. You are producing more than you should be. It's not terrible, it's just not as good as it could be, right? You're producing a little more, your economy is speeding, it just means if you hit a speed bump, it'll be worse. Again, this is why the coronavirus economic thing feels really bad, because we were speeding before. We'd been speeding for like 3 or 4 years now. We've been in an inflationary gap for like 3 or 4 years, but we had actually been able to trim the inflation off the inflationary gap, which is amazing. It's just all the things that were trimming the inflationary problems were things that were tied to other countries, and now those other countries can't do those things as well. So it's just like, thump, feels really bad. Recessionary gap is when your economy is below full employment production. You're producing less than you should be. What will happen in the long run here, same idea. SRAS is going to move to get us back to full employment. Why would that happen? Okay, what can businesses do? I'm in a recession. I need businesses to hire more people because there's really high unemployment. What could a business do that would allow them to hire more people, guys? Change their wages. Pay their workers less, hire more people. That's the safest way to explain it, is to go down the, all right, they're going to change wages, and that's going to change how many people they can have working, which will change their production. So like what happens in the long run in either of these? It would be SRAS moves back here. Should be a 2. Get back to full employment. If it's an inflationary gap, they pay the workers more and lay some of them off, so supply goes down. If they're in a recessionary gap, they pay the workers less and hire some people because people are unemployed right now. Cool. That ramps up the supply. Amazon is kind of trying to do this, I think. Bezos is kind of trying to one-man army this right now, I think. Because they are hiring a lot more people at Amazon, and a lot of those entry-level jobs are getting paid less than they normally would. Because there are a lot of unemployed people, but Amazon is still like operating at like 120% right now. So Jeff, $40 billion profit during a terrible economic crisis. Bezos is trying to sort of carry the team a little bit when it comes to the one on the right. The government is also trying to fix it. So there's like 4 things that are like trying to friggin' push it while these lines are moving back because people are getting unemployed and or possibly dying. Okay, we'll do this FRQ and then we will take like a 15-minute break. I don't know what I'll do in the 15-minute break. I might pull up a YouTube video or 2 and watch them. I'm trying not to get copyright strikes. Yeah, I mean, unemployment benefits in a lot of places are better than minimum wage. Like, you get more money being unemployed in a lot of places than you do working for the minimum wage, like 45 hours a week. It sucks. It's indicative of 2 things. 1, that we have a fairly substantial welfare system. And then 2, that we have a pretty bad minimum wage. You don't have to quit your job to get the stimulus check. I got the stimulus check regardless. The stimulus check isn't tied to you being unemployed or not. It's tied to your income. But in most cases, it was like basically as long as you're middle class, or lower, you got the stimulus check. We only have the 1 check so far. Most countries have done more than 1 stimulus check. We've only done the 1. We probably will have to do another 1 or 2. Okay. The economy of Anderson land is in long-run equilibrium with full employment. Cool. In the short run, nominal wages are fixed. This is always true. In the short run, we say that nominal wages are fixed because in short windows of time, people's wages don't really change all that much. I'm going to get the whiteboard out so that I can draw this. Again, what it would say on your AP exam this year is basically, would the current equilibrium point be on your LRAS curve, to the right of your LRAS curve, or to the left of your LRAS curve? I'm going to draw it, but think about how you would answer that. Based on the situation that we're given here, would your current equilibrium point be on the LRAS curve, to the left of the LRAS curve, or to the right of the LRAS curve? Well, we are at full employment, right? That means our current production is right where it's supposed to be. So we're right on the LRAS curve. I'm labeling this one as if I was doing the normal AP exam because it's really the only way I know how to solve this FRQ. This is how my FRQ currently looks. B, assume that there is an increase in exports from Anderson land. This is this country. This country is exporting more. Yeah, it's on. Perfect. On your graph in part A, show the effect of higher exports on the equilibrium in the short run, labeling the new equilibrium output and price level Y2 and PL2 respectively. Again, the question this year we just asked, what happens to GDP and price level and aggregate demand maybe if there's an increase in exports? Which would be AD is going to go up. They are exporting more. There's an increase in overall demand for everything in their economy. This whiteboard has become very, very handy for me. So this would be my shift. This is B, graphed. What happens to my output and my price level? They would both increase. If we're exporting more goods, that means there's a larger demand for stuff from our economy. We will be producing more goods to meet that demand for our exports. So GDP is definitely going to go up. And if people want more of our goods overseas, you know what we're going to do is we're going to rip off those foreigners. We are going to charge more for that stuff. It's absolutely going to happen. C, and this is a question I love to ask you guys because this is one that butchers us. This murders us whenever we get asked it. And that's just for everybody, not just for kids in my class. I assumed it was just me, but I keep looking at scores nationally and it's like, no, we all suck at this. It's sick. It's not just my fault. It's a hard thing to wrap your head around. C says, based on your answer in part B, what is the impact of the higher exports on real wages in the short run, and explain it. Real wages. What are real wages, guys? Okay. We know nominal wages are fixed. What the hell does that mean relative to this? So real values are always how much it's actually worth. Okay? Real wages are how much you're getting paid from a value standpoint. Nominal is how much you're getting paid in a raw number standpoint. So nominal wages are just your paycheck. You're getting paid $10 an hour. Cool, then your nominal wages are $10 an hour. Your real wages is, okay, how much inflation has happened since you got that pay started? Yeah, adjusted for inflation. Perfect, Matt. Real always means adjusted for inflation. Yeah, you take into account the inflation, right? Cool. Well, then how do we answer this question? Because it says, based on my stuff in part B. Well, nothing in B said anything about inflation. What do I have to look at in part B? Price level, right? The definition of inflation is an overall increase in price level. Well, in B, I said, and I drew, price level went up. Oh, so inflation is happening. There is an increase in inflation rate. I'm going to abbreviate it as IR. Please understand that this is not accepted abbreviation for inflation rate, and do not abbreviate stuff in your answers. Do not write this on the AP exam. Write that there is an increase in inflation rate. Please, for the love of God. Okay, I'm just doing it because, like, space and also my handwriting with a mouse is garbage. So, increased inflation rate. That's what happened here. People are getting paid the same in the short run. You're getting paid the same. Everything is getting more expensive. What is happening to your real wages? They are dropping. What's happening to the value of your wages? They're dropping. You're getting paid $10 an hour, but everything is 2% more expensive than before. So you're actually getting paid like $9.80. Right? If you're getting paid $10 an hour and everything is now 2% more expensive, then compared to before, you're actually only making like $9.80 of spendable money. That's the actual value of your wages now. They've dropped. So real wages have gone down. Why? Because nominal wages are fixed and inflation rate went up. Now, I'd write out like what I was saying, which is that people are getting paid the same because the nominal wages are fixed, while price level is rising, according to Part B, which means that there is more inflation in the economy. So everything is getting more expensive while they're getting paid the same, so their actual spending value or their spending power has been reduced. Thereby, real wages go down. That's how I'd explain it. I wouldn't try to explain that quantitatively. You could, but there's just no numbers given for their wages. So you either have to make up a number like I did with 10, or you just shoot off the hip and explain it verbally. I think verbal explanation there is generally better. But this thing is always hard for us. If there is inflation and your nominal wages are fixed, your real wages went down. If there is deflation, if everything is cheaper and you're getting paid the same, you are now richer. Right? But if you're getting paid the same and everything's more expensive, you are now poorer in actuality. Real wages means you're really poorer. Nominally, you're getting paid the same. Like, you're getting paid like the same amount, but really you're not. Yeah, there is a formula for it. Nominal wage rate minus inflation rate equals real wage rate. Nominal wages are fixed. Inflation rate goes up. Thereby, real wages go down. This is a subtraction. Yeah, real, nominal, minus inflation. This goes up. This is staying the same. And this is going down. That's negative. If you wanted to formula, I would rather. That's one where like the verbal explanation is generally better. Because like if I'm a teacher and I'm checking for understanding, like it's cool that you have a formula because you'll have a formula for the AP exam. I know you understand it if you verbally explain it. It's harder to tell if you use a formula if I feel comfortable giving the explanation point. Now I don't know if they'll do that this year or not, but it's personal preference. Result of the increase in exports, export-oriented industries in Anderson Land increase expenditures on new container ships and equipment. What component of aggregate demand will change? Do not get tricked here. It says as a result of the increase in exports. This is not increase in exports, which component of aggregate demand will change. It says as a result of the increase in exports, export-oriented industries, businesses, increase expenditures, spending, on new container ships and equipment. What is this? What is container ships and equipment? That's technology and tools that you use to help produce and sell stuff, right? Cool. That's capital. Yeah, I have a two formula charts. I almost said something weird. Two formula charts on my Moodle. There's one under Unit 3, which is just like the GDP stuff formulas, which is a lot of formulas for the course are there. Not all of them. And then there is a PDF under the AP exam review thing that says vocab and formulas to know. It's a scan of a review book from like 5 or 6 years ago, which still has basically all the formulas you need for the AP exam. And that has pretty much all the formulas in it. So which component of aggregate demand will change? That's the tricky part here, Ellie. This is all capital. Not capitals. Why did I do that? Capital. That's all capital. This is businesses in Anderson spend more on capital. What is business spending on capital called? Investment. That's a W. I need to take a break apparently. Investment is what is the component of aggregate demand. Remember, your components of aggregate demand are C, I, G, and XN. Which of those is this? Business spending. Oh, sorry. It's C, I, G, and XN. You can't see because my head's in the way, but what is the impact on the long-run aggregate supply? This is why I wrote this. Hello, capital. Hello, capital. Bam. Increase in capital stock. And, oh my god, I'm so good at typing or writing this. Should increase LRAS. That is the best answer given the information that we know at this point. There technically were answers you could have put for nothing because it doesn't say in the long run or in the short run on this problem. So if you assume this is just in the short run, then technically nothing happens to long-run aggregate supply because nothing is changing it in the long run yet because it doesn't specify that. So you could maybe, if you were getting hung up on the short run, long run part of this question, you're like, I don't think it does because it doesn't say long run. That actually was allowed as an answer. They cover their bases for that kind of thing. And there's also a way you could explain it where it would actually decrease long-run aggregate supply. That is very complicated. I'm going to avoid that. I kind of hated that explanation. It was just like 3 paragraphs, and I'm like, why would you ever make a kid write this? It's never encouraged student to write that. So that's the answers to this FRQ. We're going to take a break here after. If you have any questions over this FRQ, I'll answer those first, and then I'll give us a little bit of a break. Take 15 minutes, grab some water, grab another coffee, eat a sandwich, something small, to power through the next 2 hours. Next 2 hours, we got to do Phillips curve, money market, loanable funds market, then probably another break, and then comparative advantage, absolute advantage terms of trade, and bank balance sheets, and then we're done. So this is, I would assume, a third. Or a little more than a third of the way done. Yeah, more than a third of the way done. Because the last thing shouldn't take an hour and a half. It should take maybe an hour. So yeah, we are... Yeah, this is... Yeah, it's like 40%. which is probably perfect timing-wise. Especially since I took like the first 15 minutes just talking about stuff before I even got into reviewing things. For those of you that have come in late, I've watched. Could you ever see the whipped coffee trend? I saw it. I mean, like, I saw a lot of that stuff. I never tried it. Sure, it's fine. I mean, I drink frappuccinos, which are just coffee milkshakes. So, like, that'd be fine. This should be over here. Yes, it is. Okay. 3 types of money. What do you mean, Matt? Like commodity and fiat money, or like the 3 functions of money? Because there's like, it's used as a store of value, a unit of account, and what's the third one? Oh, Zion's been just drinking the whipped coffee thing. But in fairness, I don't really drink coffee. This is tea. I don't have a coffee maker here. Oh, M1, M2, and M3. Got it. That's the different types of liquidity. So M3 don't have to worry about for the AP exam, so I'm just going to ignore it. No offense. M1 is the money supply. Yeah, actually, Elise kind of got it. M1 is the money supply that includes money in checking accounts as well as in cash, in currency. So when we say the money supply, that's M1. M2 includes money in savings accounts and a couple of other things, like a mutual fund that is like a joint savings account. It's the whole thing. In terms of for this class, you really just got to know that M2 includes savings accounts and all of M1. The way that the liquidities work is that it includes all the categories above it as well. So like M1 is just M1. M2 includes savings accounts and M1. M3 includes all of M3's things, plus M2, plus M1. Like, all of that's included. From the AP exam standpoint, you only ever have to know M1 and M2, and frankly, I've only seen like one question where they reference M2 at all, and it's just because of savings accounts. Why is the gold standard really bad, in my opinion? In my opinion, the gold standard is really bad because it incentivizes colonization. The problem with the gold standard is when you base any currency or any monetary thing based around a commodity, something that can be actually created, found in the world, you crazy incentivize the acquiring of that said commodity, which includes going to any part of the world where that's found and taking it all. If US dollars grew on trees in Ghana, the US would occupy Ghana immediately. And probably not do awesome things to it, because colonization's had a fairly negative history. Landry, what is M3? Boy, do I forget. I forget a lot. I mean, there's frankly so many categories of money. Let me double check and see if I can explain it. What includes M3? Let's double check this. Large time deposits, that's not important. Institutional money market funds, so that would be, okay, like money held in the Federal Reserve Bank might count for M3. Short-term repurchase agreements and larger liquid assets, like certificates of deposit, got it. That I know. Certificates of deposits are really, really, really big individual deposits. I know I'm an econ teacher. M3 is nothing I ever have to cover. No, real estate is not counted in M3. Like, when I say large-scale deposits, I mean of money. Like, house is very low on the liquidity scale because it's so hard to flip. The reason why large-scale deposits are in M3, because it's really hard to withdraw that from a bank. Like, if you've got a certificate of deposit of, like, $7 million, because you could actually have that if you're, a billionaire, then it's hard to go to the bank and be like, I'd like to withdraw $7 million, because based on, like, banks lending and required reserves and everything, there's a crazy good chance the bank does not have $7 million on it. So the reason why that doesn't count is because certificates of deposit specifically are so large in scale, it's hard for banks to cash them out. Yeah, your house is not an M3. Your house is one of the lower levels of liquidity, like lowest possible, because it goes all the way to, what's the max on the M scale? I actually need to look that up. I've looked it up before. Like, what's the lowest it goes? What are the different categories? Where's the largest category? Yeah, it keeps going after that. It's just after M3 it kind of doesn't matter. Because after M3 it really doesn't include money anymore. It starts including mostly products. That's the reason. Okay. Yeah, like, they don't really categorize M4 and on because after M3 it stops being about money and starts being about kind of any non-financial asset that can technically be converted into cash. Like, technically, my phone is a financial asset. Because I could message Landry right now and be like, hey, Landry, if you give me $100, I'll give you this phone. Cool. We have to barter and make a deal, and if he agrees, then cool, I have just converted this from something to cash. So it has liquidity. It's just fairly low because I have to, like, engage with an individual person, barter to make a price, and then agree to a deal, and then transaction and split it. It's a whole thing. Do you think if one day we have an intergalactic economy plan and social system? Yeah, I mean, sure. That's if capitalism sticks around. If we would have, like, M13 money, yeah, you would. And again, they really stopped categorizing it after M3. Like, there aren't, like, strict definitions after M3 because it's always, like, depending on which economist they might have. They might go all the way to M10. They might go to M26 because there's the annoying guy who's like, pencils are technically more liquid than phones are. And I'm like, I don't freaking care, dude. Whatever. So the categories after M3 kind are superfluous and don't really matter. But yes, I mean, again, that's if capitalism, like, really sticks around. Because, like, all economic theory, like, you got to keep that in mind. Like, capitalism's only really been in the current context we know it. Because even, again, America's, like, not really fully capitalist. Like, the last 60 years or so. How do I think intergalactic economy would work? Well, probably it would have to start with the dissolving of nations. Like, once we open up the scale to, like, aliens existing, the idea of us dividing ourselves amongst nationalities is really stupid. It already is dumb to do that, but, like, it becomes actually, like, a hindrance for us as a planet if we do it, if we involve ourselves in, like, intergalactic affairs. So you'd probably just have different governments for Earth and Mars and whatever other colony planets we have. You'd probably eliminate nations, or at least reduce number of nations significantly, because it's kind of dumb at some point to have them. Borders are already arbitrary. Why bother at that point? Paper money would matter much? No, it definitely wouldn't. It would be almost entirely digital wealth, I would assume. You either go full digital wealth or you go full commodity money, and that's really based on, like, which economic system is in play. Like, again, there's no saying what the economy could look like in 50 years, let alone 5,000 years. Like, the idea that capitalism or socialism would exist in an intergalactic economy is pretty crazy. That's why sci-fi is so friggin' hard to write. That's why I think Dune is really good. From, like, a sci-fi standpoint, because they go, like, we're 20,000 years in the future, none of this is going to make sense. It's like, good. None of it should make sense to me. Everything should feel crazy, because it's 20,000 years in the future. Star Wars is, like, a fantasy movie, so that doesn't matter. Star Trek tries to be realistic, but even then it's not that far in the future. Give ourselves, like, let's go till 12. We'll come back at 12. So I'll stick around and just answer weird questions. Let me get to the next slide. Okay. And then let me see if I want to pull up something else. Again, I don't want to get copyright strike, so, like, I want to play, like, videos and, like, fun stuff, but I really don't want to have a copyright strike because then they'll take down the video and make it a pain in the butt to put it back up, and I really want to make sure this video stays. That's why my song of the day isn't playing anymore. Like, normally I would have my song of the day playing for all of our videos, but I got copyright stricken the first time I did it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, like the idea of us not going, like, there could be a good chance that we don't even have physical bodies in like 1,000 years in the future, because we just digitize our consciousness and put it into a machine, because that's more effective and lasts longer. It's like there's a whole bunch of weird sci-fi stuff that could go. Yes, Amelie, you can build a lightsaber. Like a lightsaber isn't that crazy of a piece of technology for us to be able to build. People build like pseudo lightsabers all the time. I'm sure we could get there in the next 100 years, being able to build what is effectively a real lightsaber with condensed plasma or a condensed laser. It'll probably look a lot more like Kylo Ren's one, which is a lot more ripply and not consistent. Imagine being able to use the Force, a new level of laziness right there. Yeah. Yeah, telekinesis could be a possibility too. I don't try and go to sci-fi that far out, because at that point so many things are variables. Sticking the next 100 years sci-fi, that's interesting to me. The Black Mirror stuff is interesting to me because it's that is possible in my lifetime. A lot of those things that are in Black Mirror episodes, this is a thing that could be happening in the next 15 years. Cool. Also terrifying. Sorry that I'm already cynical about a lot of the technology stuff, so I assume this is already gonna go friggin' horrible. Let me put the bigger cam up. Where's he at? Oh, he's down there. Over here? Up up. What are you doing? What superpower would I want to have? I don't know if I'd count as a superpower, but mind control would be pretty cool. So I was thinking, what's the most OP superpower? It's mind control, because then you don't have to have enemies. From an actual superpower standpoint, invisibility seems cool. Energy manipulation seems cool. The real question is, what quirk would you have? Because let's stick to anime, guys. Let's stick with the weeb stuff. Booga, booga, booga. Austin, it's totally fine, dude. It's 10 a.m. I expect a lot of... I only have 25 people watch right now. I expect there to be, most of you guys are going to watch this when you're not exhausted. You can come back and watch different parts of it. You're good. I'm not going to hold you again. I'm holding anything against you guys. I don't get mad at you guys I don't get mad in class when Landon's asleep at his desk for basically the entire class period. I just make fun of him. It's fine if you guys sleep. It's not a problem for me. Sydney, you will be able to eventually, if the quarantine stuff once the quarantine stuff gets out, I will arrange for a meet and greet. Probably at Cane's or something that's close by my apartment. I don't feel bad about taking Archer there in the car. Or just the school. Outside in the parking lot of the school. And you guys can meet Archer. I can congratulate you all in person about stuff. How old is Archer? Archer's 8. I got Archer when I was a senior in high school. My mom basically replaced me with him. Where she was like, well, okay, Garrick's going to move out, so I'm going to get us a dog. And it's oh, cool, Garrick's only been asking for a dog for 6 years. Sick that you guys do this March of my senior year of high school. So I get to move in 4 months and leave this puppy alone and cry every day. So thanks, Mom. But now I get him. And I also imprinted on him when I was at the youngest age because he sat with me the most when he was a puppy. So, joke's on her. Because we got him during my spring break. So I was just around the house the whole time. And he loves me the most. So I win. You'll be awake for the next part. Totally fine, dude. Austin and I stayed up till late gaming. Yeah, I was up till... I wasn't up that late. I was up till 12:30 last night playing games. How do I feel about the new My Hero Academia Chapter 270? It's hype as hell, Matt. Because I read it. It's hype. I am terrified. I do not know if Shigaraki got either All for One or if he just got the life lengthening quirk. Either way, terrifying. And I'm so friggin' hyped. God, it's so good. Those of you that just watched the show, the next season is going to be freaking so good. Which I said about last season because I knew that the overhaul stuff was happening. Because I read it. Because I'm up to date. I'm almost up to date on One Piece. Watching, not reading. I cannot go that far. But I have almost caught up on One Piece watching it. Shigaraki is dope. The stuff they do in... Yeah, that's the cool part. The thing because that'll be next season, I think. That next season is when you get all of Shigaraki's backstory, which is friggin' terrifying. And the toughest thing ever. Ugh. Yeah, that's what I would assume. I assume the League of Villains is like the second half of next season and the first half. Yeah, War is season 6. That's what I was. That's a good call, Matt. I think it's the same thing because they've been going pretty long with these seasons. There, I mean, the last one was like 28 episodes, and they really like crammed it tight. Of like, man, they really made that overhaul arc only like 15 episodes, and that could have been in like Naruto. That overhaul arc would have been like 55 episodes, and like 20 of them would have been filler, and like 4 of them would have been Konohamaru having some stupid side crap that I don't care about. Whatever. Anime. But yeah, My Hero's good. Oh yeah, it's hard to watch. It's tough. It's so tough. No spoilers. We will not spoil it. But the next season's going to be friggin' dope. I got my girlfriend to watch it, and she now likes My Hero. And watched Death Note. Loves Death Note. She loved that one. Yeah, in the manga it was long. In the manga that lasted for a while, I thought. But in the show they were like, here's everything you need in 15 episodes, which I'm like, yeah, they actually kind of fit everything. Naruto is good. There's just a lot of filler. It's the only problem with that show. The only problem with... Yeah, because My Hero's like flying through it. Like, My Hero's keeping really good pace with the manga. The manga's only like a year ahead of it. Well, like for Naruto, the manga was like 3 years ahead by the end. Yeah. They have almost... I mean, if you watch the sub, they have the whole season of subbed on Hulu. If you only watch it dubbed in English, then Funimation Now, their website, they've got the dub through almost all of the last season. They're like 2 episodes away from finishing season 4 in the dub. And it'll be done in like the next 2 weeks, I think. So, we're almost there. Okay, it's almost 12, and I've almost terrified every single person in here who doesn't watch anime. So, but Matt, good talk. I'm with you on this. So, I'm trying to think of anything else. Do I need to do anything else? I'm gonna get some water actually, because I should drink some water. I'm done with tea at this point. Oh God, please Archie, don't get hair on my shirt. Yeah, bud, what's up? All right. You watched it sub? Okay, cool. Respect, Jasmine. Yeah, it's finished. They finished that season. Oh my God, watch season 4. Season 4 is the best season so far. But that's probably true for every season of My Hero, in my opinion. Yeah, she doesn't know about the Endeavor stuff yet. If she hasn't finished season 4, she hasn't got the full Endeavor redemption arc. I drink British black tea. The brand is Tetley. Is the brand. British black tea with a spoonful of sugar and some milk. Ruinous' weeb sense was tingling. Yeah, we were talking about My Hero for about 15 minutes, so yeah. Yeah, I gave us a 15-minute break so that me and Matt could bond about anime. Although we've already had that conversation before, I think. All right. They did never play it. They could have. They could. I have not seen the movie. Demon Slayer is amazing. Ruinous, you are super on point there. Ruinous, Demon Slayer is... I've had jasmine tea, guys. I drink other teas. It's just my caffeine tea for the morning is British black tea. Demon Slayer. That is on point. That is probably the best first season of an anime I have ever watched, I think. Or I know it's got more stuff, but I was like, this quality is... Animation quality is insane in that one. Only subbed. They're dubbing it right now, but it's only subbed right now. Okay. Phillips curve! Ruinous, you arrived just in time for your favorite part of the course. The part that you definitely don't frigging hate. The Phillips curve. Okay. Phillips curve, basic idea, inflation, unemployment, inverse relationship. The green line shows that. But he was wrong, basically, over long periods of time. So there's this black line to represent that he's wrong sometimes. Under normal circumstances, there's a trade-off between them. If everything's going okay and according to plan, if you're having your typical economic fluctuations, which are your changes in aggregate demand, because those happen very common, very frequently, then you just have this line existing. Because when you change AD, you move along your Phillips curve. How, Mr. McRitchie? How the hell does that work? I will show you. So, I think the T is finally actually hitting the system properly. Also, it's like 11, it's 12 o'clock now, so maybe I'm actually awake. Let me draw this. Okay. So how the hell do I get from my aggregate demand supply curve to my Phillips curve? It's because of the axes. The axes are how you do it. So, let's say we have a situation that causes aggregate demand to go up. Okay, how I typically do this is I start writing down my variables. Real GDP and price level. So in this drawing, real GDP went up, right? Aggregate demand goes up, so real GDP goes up. People desire more things, so there's going to be an increase in overall spending levels and production, right? This is all aggregate demand supply curve, not Phillips curve. I'm showing you how to get from one to the other. Price level goes up too, because if everyone's wanting more stuff, then prices are going to go up too, right? Cool. Okay. Now the axes on this graph, and for some reason it's cut off here, and that is super annoying. This should be inflation rate. I don't know why it's cut off on this picture. It is on this graph drawing. It's just not on this slide for some reason. Inflation rate is my y-axis, and unemployment rate is my x-axis. When real GDP goes up, what happens to unemployment rate? When real GDP goes up, unemployment rate goes down. Those two have an inverse relationship. Remember, because if businesses are making more money, they can start to hire more people. If price level is going up, then inflation rate is going up. And this is how I Phillips curve. Because now I've got this. Real GDP went up, so unemployment goes down. Price level goes up, so inflation rate goes up. Hey, wait a minute. My Phillips curve has those. So let's say I was at this spot here. I was at 5.2. Let's call that 5.2. I know it's not exactly, but whatever. We're at 5.2. 5 unemployment, 2 inflation. I now have this shift, a increase in consumer spending, which drives up aggregate demand, causes there to be less unemployment and higher inflation. What happens to my Phillips curve? I need there to be less unemployment and higher inflation. I start here. I need less unemployment. That's left. I need higher inflation. That's up. Bang. It's still on the curve. Okay, the changes in aggregate demand are your normal economic fluctuations, and Philip was tracking that. So yes, he's right when you change aggregate demand. You move from one point to the other. And what you typically do is you move in the opposite direction of what you did on my aggregate demand aggregate supply curve. On the AD-AS curve, I shifted aggregate demand to the right. On my Phillips curve, I'm going to take the point and I'm going to shift it in the opposite direction, because the Phillips curve is, in my opinion, how I would typically phrase it, a reflection of your aggregate demand and aggregate supply curve, because unemployment and GDP are inversely related. When I go right on one, I should go left on the other. So I go like this on the line because I changed AD. So changing AD causes a movement along my Phillips curve. Now, if I started at this point and had a different shift, let's say instead of having the AD increase, I have SRAS increase. Say that there is an improvement in our country's capital stock, or just capital in general. We have more tools, technology, machinery. That would improve SRAS. It also improves LRAS, but it improves SRAS too. So, in that situation, an increase in aggregate supply, my GDP goes up and my price level goes down. Right? With me so far. Supply goes up, so GDP goes up, price level goes down. If GDP goes up, unemployment goes down. We're producing more, so unemployment should go down. And if price level goes down, inflation rate should go down. And this is where it's weird. Because now Philip is wrong. Philip is an idiot. Philip is a fool. Philip is runacing all over his theory. I'm using runacing as a verb, meaning messing up. Runace, you're smart. I'm just messing with you because you're here. Oh, cool. You can see just my mouth. Hello, weird picture. Okay. Unemployment rate's lower. Inflation rate is lower. Cool. I'm at this point. I need less of both. What the hell? I need to go left and down? Question mark? Correct. like this now. See what I said parallel curves are tough? Remember how I mentioned that? This is my point. Here's a new Phillips curve to meet that point. So when you change aggregate supply, you shift the Phillips curve. Because now his theory doesn't exactly line up. The way he justified it was, actually my theory is still accurate, because if you are at this new point and you change, your normal economic fluctuations, which are your AD changes, those are things that happen fairly consistently over time, then my theory still proves true. It's just when you have a really big change in circumstance being the aggregate supply curve, it sort of resets or shifts is the real world for the graph, but like in the real world, he means to just sort of repositioning our base point, repositioning our starting point, sort of resetting our frame of reference because now we have a new economy because our supply curve has shifted. There is no trade-off between inflation and unemployment in the long run because the economy always self-corrects. Then these changes in inflation don't really matter for the unemployment rate in a long period of time because it can go there, it can go back, it can go up and go down. It doesn't really matter in a long period of time. It's the same logic for why GDP and price level in the long run don't really have a relationship, because regardless of the price level, there is sort of this ideal amount of production we always try and gravitate to. On our business cycle, it's like that wavelength. We keep that bar, that FE line, we keep always hitting that and following that trend line. So this is our trend line. And on our Phillips curve, it's represented by the long run Phillips curve, a vertical line drawn at our natural rate of unemployment, our ideal amount of unemployment. Now, that line is still full employment, just like our LRAS line and our PPC. Same kind of idea. This is full employment output, or full employment. If you're at the natural rate of unemployment, you're at full employment. So that point right there would be an economy at full employment, and you don't have to be at full employment, right? If you're at A, then you're at full employment. If you are in a recessionary gap, that means that you have higher unemployment than you're supposed to, so you would be at point B. In a recessionary gap, you typically have high unemployment and lower inflation. Okay, well, that's point B then. And during an inflationary period, you have higher inflation and lower unemployment, which would be point C. Should make sense, because if you're in a recession, you have higher unemployment than ideal. B has a higher unemployment rate than your ideal amount of unemployment at A. During an inflationary period, you typically have less unemployment than you're supposed to and higher inflation than you're supposed to. Well, this is how much inflation I should be having. We would typically refer to this as the expected rate of inflation. If everything's going smoothly, this is the expected rate of inflation. And then this ends up being our actual inflation rate because we messed up and did some dumb crap like lower taxes when we're doing fine. Sorry, got a text message. So there's your Phillips curve sort of brief summary. The big thing is it's always tied to your aggregate demand supply graph. So if you're ever wondering, what do I do with my Phillips curve? Just draw your aggregate demand supply graph, draw the shift on that, and write what's happened to price level, real GDP, inflation, and unemployment rate. Then take that unemployment rate, inflation rate bit, and make that happen on your Phillips curve. Okay, draw the aggregate demand supply graph, write what's happening to your variables, and then take that and apply it to your Phillips curve. You do it enough times, you'll get the hang of it. You'll get pretty good at it. Doing it once or twice, you need to make sure you can handle it. So here are some examples. What I drew was an increase in government spending or an increase in consumer spending, who cares, which led to higher inflation, lower unemployment, so I moved up my SRPC. Work on your own for a few minutes. Let's say 12:15, so 4 minutes from my clock. Okay, we'll go over all of these. So again, draw the shift that happens on your aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph first. What happens to inflation and unemployment based on that, and then what will happen on the Phillips curve because of this. Go. Don't write your answers in the chat, just work through them. All that. Which graph has nominal interest rate on the y-axis? That's the money market graph, Landry. That graph has a vertical supply curve and a downward sloping demand curve. There is no long or short run on that one. So we've got these three scenarios. I'll start drawing them actually because it'll help me out. Need space for 3 graphs though, so let's see if I can make that happen. It's too big. Random question, but do you have any last minute tips for you on micro? I think that, if I remember correctly, the AC/DC guy had a review session live stream he's doing either today or tomorrow or Monday or something like that, where he's doing like a big kind of like Super Saturday deal for one for micro, one for macro. I don't think his macro one will be any better than what I'm doing, but his micro one should be kind of the same thing. So I would check that out. So check out the AC/DC economics video guy. He should have he's been doing live streams kind of like me, a little less frequently, but still doing that. Isn't Dortmund better? Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure Dortmund's just better. Yeah, he was, it looked like, I saw because I subscribed to his channel, I said that he has like something live going on. When is the micro exam? It's sooner, but not that much sooner. Or is it the last day? Yeah, it's the Wednesday. So I think he's got something on the 19th, I want to say. 19th or 18th, so either Tuesday or Wednesday. Ethan is here! And only responds when Austin spoils soccer results, which makes sense. That tracks with Ethan. Okay. So I've graphed the 3 problems on my aggregate to aggregate supply curves. Look at how perfect they are. Look, you can see everything and read it all perfectly. Very great. So the first one, increase in overall productivity. That should lead to supply going up because our ability to produce is that's the supply curve. So if supply goes up, GDP goes up, price level goes down. That means unemployment should go down because GDP went up, and inflation should go down because price level went down. So if they both decrease, then what should happen on my Phillips curve? Well, I decreased both, so I'd move left and down. That's not on my Phillips curve, and it's a supply shift, so I need to shift left / down. I'm going to say left. Again, it's a reflection. I moved my SRAS curve to the right. I'm going to move my Phillips curve to the left. That's the idea. Again, you're always going to go the opposite direction of what you did on your ADS curve. If I take an AD or SRAS line and move it to the right, I'm going to do something leftward on my Phillips curve. This was AD to the right. Moving up my Phillips curve is technically moving left along the Phillips curve. Increase in income taxes. That is my second one. That should drop aggregate demand because people won't be able to spend as much. If AD drops, GDP and price level both go down. If GDP goes down, unemployment goes up. And if price level goes down, inflation rate goes down. So it's the opposite of the first one. Less inflation, more unemployment. It's an AD change, so it's along the SRPC. I know that Chet did comparative last year. I don't think anyone else is doing comparative. Actually, someone might be doing comparative. I had some girl reach out to me. I just think it was a junior. I don't think any other seniors are, Matt. So this is movement down SRPC. If I'm imagining my Phillips curve, I'm like dot going further down along the Phillips curve because I'm going to have higher unemployment, like moving towards a recession is the idea there. And then increasing the cost of oil, that'll decrease my supply curve. Decreasing the supply curve should lead to a lower GDP, so higher unemployment, and higher price level, so higher inflation rate. Both have gone up, which means I should shift my Phillips curve to the right. Shift right. Yeah, I don't think anybody else was doing it this year, Matt. Other than a girl that was a junior whose name I never actually got. She told me like the only day that I met her, but I just gave her like 3 textbooks and then she'd never talk to me again. She dropped the textbooks off actually. Did she? Well, that's a good question. She's a junior, so she still could bring them back. First semester 8th period, gang. I don't know, is anyone in 8th? Oh, Austin's in 8th period, 2nd semester. So you can count Austin if you want. It's just the class that played D&D with me, which does help a lot. All right, so an FRQ Phillips curve, because you're like, oh, cool, no FRQ for that one. No, joke's on you, of course it's a freaking FRQ. The AP exam's all FRQs, stupid. Of course I'm going to make you do an FRQ with the Phillips curve. Have to make it hard for you. All right, I'm going to work through this one live. I'm not going to give you time for it, though, because I gave you time for the last thing. The economy of Hopeton, which no longer exists because Hope is dead now, is currently in long-run equilibrium with a natural rate of unemployment of 5% and an inflation rate of 2%. Got it. Draw a Phillips curve, blah, 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 blah. Okay. It does not say to draw a long-run Phillips curve yet, so I'm not going to do that just yet. It says to label our current unemployment and inflation rate as point R. That's at 5% because it's at long-run equilibrium, which means my x-coordinate is that inflation rate of 2%. Oh, it should be named point R. Yeah, second period, second semester is real quiet. You guys aren't dumb. You guys have pretty good average. It's not like you guys are stupid. They're just quiet. So there's my graph so far. On your graph in part A, draw the long-run Phillips curve. Well, we're at full employment, so shouldn't it just go right through point R? Yep, it should. Just look like that. Again, if this was your AP exam this year, they'd probably cut A and B and stay and said, would point R be on the long-run Phillips curve, to the right of the long-run Phillips curve, or to the left of the long-run Phillips curve? And it would be on it because you're at natural rate of unemployment. C. Assume that the government increases spending to finance repairs and maintenance on the country's infrastructure. How will such an increase in spending affect unemployment and inflation in the short run? And explain. This question is perfectly fine for your AP exam this year. That is totally allowed. They don't have to change that at all. The government's going to increase spending. What happens to unemployment? Unemployment should go down because if the government's spending more money, that should ramp up production, and businesses will need to hire more workers to meet the demands of the government, thereby reducing unemployment. Inflation should probably go up because if there's more spending going on in our economy, that should start driving prices up. So this is because there's an increase in AD, but I'm not even saying that. I'm just going to logic it out because I can. Don't have to draw it. And then D, show on your graph in part A the new point on the SRPC corresponding to the results you found in part C and label the new point S. So I need less unemployment, more inflation. I'm going to move left along my Phillips curve. So it's still an aggregate demand change. Label the new point S. This is that. And then E says, following the increase in government spending, workers demand and receive a higher wage. What happens to SRPC as a result of the higher wage? Explain. So what this question is actually asking is a long-run self-adjustment problem on your Phillips curve. So I'm going to draw the aggregate demand curve to show you what I mean. What they've done here is basically, without asking, done a long-run self-adjustment. They did AD going up with the government spending change, and they've just said that there are workers that are going to be getting paid more. If you pay your workers more as a business, what do you got to do? Lay off some workers, right? So what our aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve, if I was going to graph that, for this entire problem, after part E, should look like this. Increase AD for part C, decrease SRAS for part E. It's a self-adjustment. It's increased AD and then decreased SRAS. So if I decrease SRAS, what happens to my Phillips curve? Well, if I shift supply curve to the left, I should shift Phillips curve to the right. And if I do that, this would end up happening. First semester kids, I think you remember this. Second semester kids, if you watched the video, you'd know this. I'm not sure if you would otherwise. But you would shift your Phillips curve to the left, or to the right, which would actually get you back to long-run equilibrium. Because if I'm at point S, then I shift up and to the right, because if I decrease supply, I should have higher unemployment and higher inflation. And that would actually get me back to my long-run Phillips curve, because when I get back to long-run equilibrium on one graph, I should get back to long-run equilibrium on the other graph. For E, all you would have to say is that SRPC would shift to the right, because you should experience higher unemployment, because businesses will lay off some of their workers, and higher inflation, because if they pay their workers more, then that's a price, and prices are going up. So that would happen. You don't have to draw it, but there's your drawing just to show, oh, it does go back to equilibrium on both. Yes, and in both cases, it's a higher equilibrium point, right? In both cases, my Y value is now higher than before. That's because my price level went up, which would cause inflation rate to go up. But unemployment gets back to the same original amount. Bam, Phillips curve. Isn't that fun? Isn't Phillips curve so fun, guys? Isn't it the best graph ever? Yeah, no one's ever said that. Some people do like the Phillips curve because it's not that complicated, because you just do another graph that you might know very well and then go to the Phillips curve, but this is just like a whole other layer of like, hey, you can also go back to normal on that one. All right. I'm going to move myself up here for this one. There we go. Oh, I should pause. Questions over the Phillips curve stuff. Sorry, I just flew past that. Questions over that before I get to the money market. My nominal interest rate graph. Archer's on the couch now. Okay. There, he's just sitting in the chair. He's chatting right now. There's gonna be hair all over that freaking chair. That idiot. Okay, I'm gonna make sure there's no questions over Phillips curve. Doesn't look like there's gonna be any questions over Phillips curve. So, the money market graph, which is the supply and demand of money in your economy. Money being M1. Cash and money in checking accounts. That's what we refer to as money here. It's M1, it's max liquidity, it is cash and basically cash, so checking account money, which is what's on your debit card. Like that is cash. A credit card is a loan, so we don't count that, because when you pay back a credit card, like when you get a credit card with a $5,000 limit, you basically have a $5,000 loan. You don't have to use all of it, that's the nice part. But whatever you use, you got to pay back plus interest. Oh, it's a loan. So this is money itself. This is cash, money in your checking account, because that is also cash, basically. Your x-axis is the quantity of money, or the amount of money that's being demanded. So quantity of money. The y-axis is your nominal interest rate, which is just the interest rate on the loan, or not on the loan, but, well, on loans and on savings accounts. The supply of money is the amount of money that's in M1 in your economy currently. And this is controlled, or at least affected strongly by your, Federal Reserve or central bank. The central bank of your country will have a massive impact on this supply. The ones that really change that. The demand for money represents how badly people want to hold their wealth in the form of cash. It's not how much money they want. It's how badly they want to hold their assets as actual cash, as actual M1 liquidity. The reason why it's stated like that is because if interest rates are really high, like up here, like 10% interest rates, I really don't want to have that much cash. Reason being is I can make a lot more money putting my money in a savings account or buying a bond or something. Like, there's a lot better things I could be doing with my money if interest rates in my country are that high, right? I'd rather keep all my money in a savings account than a checking account. Why is it not real interest rate? Because real interest rate is not negotiated by these entities. This is not banks, right? This is people's behavior and really the central bank, but even then it's not even just them, it's just like everybody for the supply curve. So none of this is dictated by banks, so it's not the real interest rate, which would be the more properly incentivized one for them. And also, generally speaking, you don't know the real interest rate until after a loan has been negotiated, because you don't know how much inflation is happening in the very moment until you have like hindsight. Short version, Landry, is doesn't matter. I can explain it. The explanation is just complicated, so I don't bother. But at a higher interest rate, you would rather store your money in one of the ways you can make money. At really low interest rates, if interest rates are like 1%, okay, screw it. I'm just going to have it in cash because it doesn't really make me that much money to put in a savings account and to make it more difficult to get, right? Now, the money supply, that supply curve shifts when the Federal Reserve or the central bank does stuff, which is monetary policy. When the central bank does expansionary monetary policy, it increases the money supply. That's the supply curve. When they do contractionary monetary policy, that decreases the money supply. So expand makes it bigger, contract makes it smaller. You do have to know what those monetary policies are, though, and that's the hard part. Because you've got to remember what the monetary policies are and then which ones are expansionary and contractionary. There are really three big monetary policies. This fourth one you can really ignore. The TAF has never come up, so I'm just going to cross it out. Just ignore this. First semester kids, you knew that was expansionary. Second semester kids, I told you to ignore it because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. You have changing the reserve ratio, which is how much money banks have to hold on to. If the Federal Reserve, or the central bank for the country, the Federal Reserve and central bank are the same thing. Central bank is just the general term for it. Federal Reserve is America's. When they lower the reserve requirement, that makes it so that banks can lend more money, because if the reserve requirement is the amount that banks have to hold on to of your deposit, if they lower that percentage, then banks don't have to hold on to as much of your deposit and can lend out more money. Well, if banks can lend out more, then the money supply is going to get bigger, because by lending more money, they're going to allow for the creation of more money through the money multiplier effect. That is the money gets lent to somebody, that person then deposits it into a bank, which then a portion of that gets lent out again, so there's making loans of loans of loans. They're basically creating money out of thin air, which is terrifying and should freak you out. But it is how banks roll in big dough. Because them collecting like 3% interest on a loan isn't going to make them a lot of money, but them collecting 3% interest on like 45 loans made off of one initial deposit makes them a lot of money. The demand curve shifts here if you change things like GDP, income, and price level. GDP because it changes income. So be aware that GDP and income are tied together. When GDP goes up, income goes up. So when I say GDP, it's just because income. When people have a higher income, they tend to have a higher demand for money because they will have more of a cash asset. They'll have more cash on hand because they typically buy more expensive things. The richer you are, the more normal goods you buy generally, so you need to have more cash to meet that demand. And if price level goes up, if everything's more expensive, then you would need to have more cash on hand to buy stuff, so the demand for money would also go up. So these are some examples of why demand for money might shift. I mentioned in class also that very specific technological changes could change the demand for money. So ATMs and credit cards. Credit cards reduce the demand for money because if you have a credit card, you don't really need to have cash because it can help substitute for you. And ATMs increase the demand for money by making it easier to get money out of accounts and into your hand. Stuff like that. Supply of money is vertical because the Fed does not change it based on the interest rate. They change it to change the interest rate. They don't change it to be... The interest rate doesn't make it more or less. Total demand for money is... Yeah, I've already explained that. Okay. Oh, I'm going to go through the rest of the monetary policies because I need to mention them again. The open market operations, which are the buying and selling of government bonds. When the central bank decides to buy bonds, they are buying bonds that have already been issued, meaning people and banks have bought them previously. So the central bank is going to pay people and banks for the bonds that they have on hand, meaning the central bank is going to take money out of its reserves and give it to banks or regular people. And money held by the Federal Reserve doesn't count for the money supply. So when they do this, they are putting more physical cash into the economy. So when the central bank buys bonds, that is an expansionary monetary policy and increases the money supply. When the Federal Reserve sells bonds, that means that me and you and banks are going to give the Fed money for those bonds and therefore decrease the amount of actual money we have on hand, decreasing the money supply. Okay? The bond one is always tricky. And those are referred to as open market operations. So if a question asks which open market operation should the central bank pursue, that is either the buying or selling of government bonds / securities. Government securities is the same idea. The discount rate is the price of a loan from the central bank to commercial banks. So if like Wells Fargo needed to borrow money from somebody and they asked the Federal Reserve, hey, can we borrow from you? They would have to pay back what's called the discount rate. They get that money and then there's an interest rate with that loan. The interest rate is the discount rate. The central bank can raise or lower that because they can change the price of their loan. If they make the discount rate higher, it makes it more expensive for banks to borrow from them, thereby decreasing banks' ability to do so, decreasing the money supply. Because if it's harder for banks to borrow, banks won't be willing to lend as much because it's more of a risk. If the discount rate gets lower, then banks can borrow more from the Fed because it's at a lower cost now. So banks would then be more willing to lend money to people, increasing the money supply. So basically, decreased reserve ratio or decreased discount rate or buying bonds are all expansionary. Increasing reserve ratio, increasing discount rate, or selling bonds are all contractionary. Expansionary, increase supply. Contractionary, decrease it. You do want to review those. Know those. Maybe write those down on a cheat sheet for yourself. Okay, that's a big one. That's a very important thing. Okay, I found a fairly short FRQ over money market, which I was not expecting, because frankly, almost every money market FRQ is tied to the aggregate demand supply graph in a drawing standpoint. This one also is, but it's only like 3 parts, so it's pretty nice. Oh my god, we're doing so well. On time, that's what I'm saying. I think we're going to actually end like at 2. I think I'm going to actually nail the timing on this. Okay, so we've got an economy with no international sector. Just means they're not trading. Fine, who cares? Don't overthink that. It's just to make sure that you know, hey, don't worry about international trade. Yeah, and this AP exam this year is like, okay, it's not even on it, so that's fine. A, correctly labeled money market graphs show how a decrease in the money supply will affect interest rates. This could just say, explain how a decrease in money supply will affect interest rates. I'm going to draw it and explain it because I'm that good. Okay. Now, what would decrease the money supply? That'd be a contractionary monetary policy. They didn't mention that, but hey, it's always good to know because you always want to know more than the question. That way the questions can never scare you. So if I'm drawing it, it's really easy to see how a decrease in the money supply will affect interest rates. If I draw it, I get this. A decrease in money supply should have higher interest rates. If they asked me to explain it, how would I explain it? All right. If there is less money available in circulation, would banks have more or less money? Would like your regular old commercial banks have more or less money if there's less money available in circulation? Well, they'd have less, right? Cool. If you're a bank and you've got less money now, and your main thing is loaning, would you charge more or less for loans if you have less money to loan out? Well, I would absolutely charge more for loans because I have less of a supply of my good. Remember, as a bank, you are a business and your good is loans. You've got less money to loan out now. You're going to charge more for loans. So interest rates will go up because as banks have less money available in their reserves to loan out, they will thereby charge more for the loan to try and maintain the same level of profit as before. That is the logic. Try not to think of banks as anything other than a business and that loans are just their good. It's just you also help provide their loan, the same way that you help make other good businesses goods. Explain how the change in interest rate, which is an increase in interest rate, so that will affect each of the 3 components of aggregate demand for this closed economy. It's a closed economy, that's why they say 3 components of aggregate demand, because normally there's 4. It's C, I, G, and XN, but there's no international trade, so there's no XN here. What will happen to each of these based on the change in interest rate? It affects them all the same. If you're worried, it affects them all the same, and they're all affected because of the same thing. if interest rates are higher in this economy, the one that's a direct relationship, if interest rates go up, there is a direct relation, there is a one-for-one inverse relationship in here, and that is between interest rates and investment spending. But the other two, you could also argue, have the same idea. If interest rates go up, investment spending will go down. And the same will apply to consumer spending and government spending for the same exact reason. If it's more expensive to borrow, would you borrow as much? No. So would you be able to spend as much? No. Done. All three answered the exact same way. These are all just different versions of spending. All of these groups borrow. That's the tricky thing. That's what they want you to get hung up on. It's like, wait, would government spending do the same thing? It's like, yeah, because government borrows too. The government borrows money, and if it's more expensive to borrow, they won't be able to borrow as much, which means they won't be able to spend as much as easily. So consumer spending, investment spending, and government spending would all drop if there's an increase in interest rates. So how would it affect each of them? It'll decrease consumer spending, investment spending, and government spending, because by having a higher interest rate, it makes it more expensive to borrow. And all three of these entities or parties borrow money and spend it. Reducing their ability to borrow reduces their ability to spend. All three drop. Contractionary monetary policies decrease AD. So yeah, they decrease AD. The reason why this did the no international sector thing was because if you remember, and again, not on the AP exam this year, so if you don't remember, you're fine. But interest rates affected our Forex market graph. If you go back to the Forex market where we had like quantity of dollars and quantity of euros, you like chased the high interest rate. So it affected that graph too, and they could have thrown a lot more stuff at you if they made this question have international trade, but they don't. Using a correctly labeled aggregate demand aggregate supply graph, show how the change in interest rate identified will affect each of the following: output and price level. You could just ask what happens to output and price level. If all these three things go down, then AD goes down, which means output and price level would both drop, right? If you've got less demand in your economy because people can't spend as much, if they can't spend, then output's going to go down because we're not going to produce as much if we can't spend as much. And then if we decrease the price level, oh my god, my brain. If we decrease the price, if people spend less, then prices will also start to fall because if we're buying less stuff, then businesses can't charge as much. No Forex, Elite. Yeah. Correct. When they trimmed for this AP exam, because you know how they trimmed every AP exam, like they cut off stuff that you didn't have, that you had to review. What they cut for this course is what's listed as Unit 6 on College Board CED. I don't have Unit 6 in my class because I changed my order because it makes more sense for me to do it my way. But what they cut was international trade. So there's no Forex market on this exam. There's no capital flow that you have to worry about. There's no currency, anything, appreciation, depreciation, changing net exports, any of that. That stuff's all gone, which is annoying because, frankly, I think that stuff's actually pretty easy compared to some of the money market, loanable funds market stuff. I was hoping they would cut some of this. They did not. Sick. But, yeah, they cut Forex. International trade is out. Terms of trade is still fine because that's a Unit 1 thing, but international trade is gone. Matt's question: if the government buys bonds to increase the money supply to mitigate against the higher interest rate, then wouldn't government spending increase? Oh, to be clear, when the Federal Reserve is buying bonds, that is not government spending. The Federal Reserve is technically not a part of our government. Like, it is and isn't. What the Federal Reserve does not count towards government spending. That is a actually very good question. It never really comes up, but the Federal Reserve is, technically speaking, not a part of the government, but kind of a part of the government. So what they do does not count towards government spending. You could probably argue it. Like if you argued that, Matt, I don't think they would hold it against you. It would make C complicated, because then you would say, well, consumer spending and investment spending fall because of the increased interest rate, but government spending goes up, so then what happens to AD? I don't know. It'd be indeterminate for both of your answers to C. That would be kind of tricky. So if you did that, because they try to spend more, they try and mitigate it. I mean, you could maybe argue that seems a little complicated, but it's important to mention that stuff done by the Federal Reserve does not count towards government spending because they are technically not a part of the government and do not use taxpayer money to pay for their stuff. The Federal Reserve is the bank's bank. It's where the banks store their money. You're like, whoa, that's right. Where does Wells Fargo store its money? You're like, in Wells Fargo? No. No, you idiot. That'd be crazy. To close the recessionary gap, this doesn't say that this government's trying to fix it. None of this question is talking about a recessionary gap or saying that the government is trying to fix a recessionary gap. If it did, then maybe. If they said the government pursues a fiscal policy to counteract the effects of the monetary policy, then yes, go down that rabbit hole. But they don't say it here, so don't assume it. We don't assume that the government is going to try and fix the problem unless the question says the government's going to try and fix the problem. Because sometimes the government could just do nothing and the problem could actually go away if businesses do it properly. All right. Loanable funds market. We're so close, guys. This is, I think, the last graph, if I remember correctly. Yes. This is the last graph. We have almost done the graphs now. After the graphs, again, we're doing absolute comparative advantage, terms of trade, and then bank balance sheets. And then we are done. Again, the only thing that I'm not reviewing today is math. Because frankly, just print off the formula sheet and watch like 1 or 2 videos to make sure that you're doing it right and then move on with your life. That stuff's not as complicated, in my opinion. So, loanable funds market. This is the market for loanable money in our economy. Supply curve is the supply of loanable funds, meaning it is the willingness and ability of banks to lend money. Because you think of like, what's the supply of loans? It's like, oh, it's the amount of money that banks can lend out to people that they want to lend out to people. Correct. So that's the supply of loanable funds. The demand for loanable funds is how badly people want to borrow. And by people, I mean people and businesses and the government. Because all those are made up of people. So all those different borrowing institutions, which could be just me and you getting a loan to go to college or buy a house. Could be a business getting a loan to build a new factory. Could be the government borrowing money so that it can spend money if it's in a deficit. So all of that goes into the demand. The supply is just based on banks' ability to lend. Now, means that the supply curve could be changed by people saving more money in banks, right? Because if you save more money in a bank, then banks have more money to loan out to people, so the supply would go up. If you don't trust banks anymore, if there's a collective loss of trust in banks, then the supply would go down because people wouldn't save their money there, wouldn't feel safe about keeping it there. The supply would then go down because banks don't have as much to loan out. You could do any of the monetary policies would work for a supply shifter. Because if you did an expansionary monetary policy, part of that was that banks would have more to lend out. Okay, well, that's what the supply curve is here. So if your money supply changes, that should change the supply curve here. Unless it was strictly the money supply changing in that cash in people's hands changed. That would be the only way that wouldn't happen. But generally speaking, if you change the money supply, you should have the supply of loanable funds also change in the same way. And the demand could change if people wanted to borrow more money for some reason, say, college got really popular and college stayed really freaking expensive, so people had to borrow to go there. Okay, well, that increases the demand for loanable funds because more people are going to need to borrow to do that. If you were to have businesses borrow more, say that businesses think that they can make a lot of money right now if they capitalize on it, well, that's going to incentivize businesses to, okay, so we need to capitalize on it. We need to grow and stimulate our production right now. How do we do that? Borrow more. Take out a loan, borrow, build a new factory. So that could do it. So it's going to say business opportunities. That's what I mean. By business opportunities, like businesses think that they can make a lot of money right now. Okay, well, they're going to want to capitalize on that. They might need to borrow to do that. So demand would go up. The big one, the one that you need to make sure you get, because this is the one they do the most frequently with loanable funds market, the one they hammer, is crowding out. And it's tied to deficit spending. So whenever they say that there's like deficit spending in an economy, or that a government is currently in a deficit, or that the government is spending more than it's bringing in taxes, all that means is the government does not have enough money to cover its spending right now. So what are they going to have to do? Borrow, right? Do not have enough money in tax revenue to pay for what they're doing. Say that we've got $2 trillion in tax revenue and $3 billion in government spending. Cool. Then the government has to make up a $1 trillion gap. They've got to borrow $1 trillion from somewhere if they want to spend that $3 trillion. That's deficit spending. When they do that, that increases the demand for loanable funds. When the government has to borrow more, it'd be like if we have to borrow more. If I have to borrow more, then I'm demanding more loans. Cool. The government having to borrow more is them demanding more loans. It increases the demand for loans. It's crowding out because when they do that, they increase interest rates. And like I mentioned on the last question, when you increase interest rates, you reduce people's overall ability to spend. So the government ramping up their spending and the deficit might hurt me and your ability to spend, which is crowding out because they're sort of pushing us out of the market. They're making it harder and harder for us to do what we would like to do, which is spend money. This is the equilibrium, interest rate and quantity, blah, 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 blah. Supply is lender's ability to loan. Demand is borrower's desire and ability to borrow. That's the basic idea. Think of this as just a supply and demand graph, but from a bank perspective as opposed to from a normal business perspective. The product we're talking about is loans. The price of a loan, the best price for a loan, is a real interest rate. The quantity of loanable money is the X, like quantity of the good. The supply curve is the business, in this case a bank, their desire and ability to lend as opposed to sell. The demand is the people who demand loans, which is anyone who borrows. Again, that is consumers, obviously. Businesses, less obviously, but should make sense because you think of like a business buying like a $30 million factory, then like that's going to cost a friggin' ton. They probably don't have that all in cash on hand. So that's demand for loans. And the government, that people always forget that, because the government has to borrow a lot. Again, think about it. We are $23 trillion in debt as a U.S. government. That happens because we have to borrow money. And again, it keeps happening because we keep lowering taxes and not lowering spending. Or increase spending and then we don't increase taxes because increasing taxes is bad or something. I don't know. Because increasing taxes means that we're communist, even though plenty of democracies have taxes. Whatever. Texas isn't more democratic than other states because we have no state income tax. That would also mean that Florida is more democratic, and Florida is crazy. Okay, loanable funds market FRQ. We are almost done with the FRQs, guys, so I promise. Your suffering is almost over. So, assume the loanable funds market is currently in equilibrium. Oh my god, those headphones are noise canceling, so whenever I take them off, I just realize how loud I am. So, currently in equilibrium, got it. Draw the loanable funds market graph, draw graph, got it, whatever. Oh, yeah. Can I explain crowding out again? Yes, Austin, yes I can. I will do that while I'm drawing this. Just drawing this graph. So crowding out. The crowding out effect is when the government crowds out consumers and businesses from the market for loans. What they're doing there is they are sort of hogging up loan money for themselves, if that makes sense. Like think about it. Banks don't have unlimited money to loan out to people. They have a set limited number based on their deposits. Well, if the government needs to borrow $1 trillion, that's going to take a lot of money out of like that loanable funds window, right? It's going to take a lot of money that banks could have lent to me or to you or to businesses to buy a factory or something. The government is hogging that and crowding us out of the market. They're taking up space in that market that we could have been utilizing. And in doing so, by taking up that space, they're making it so that banks have less to lend to me and you, meaning they would be charging more, right? If the government takes that much in loans out, that's going to reduce how much money that banks can lend to me and you, and they're going to charge more for that loan. So when the government does things like increase their spending in a deficit, it puts an extra burden on real interest rate, making that interest rate higher, making it harder for me and you to spend money because it's harder for us to borrow. That higher interest rate makes it harder for me and you to go and get a loan because now it's more expensive. So going to college got more expensive for me. Going to buy a car or a house got more expensive for me because the government couldn't balance its budget. So crowding out is when the government, through borrowing, makes it harder for consumers and businesses to borrow money by sort of hogging it for themselves, thereby raising real interest rates. The big problem there is that when you assume that expansionary policy works, crowding out can counter it. Because expansionary fiscal policies like increasing government spending or decreasing taxes, like one of the first FRQs, like the first FRQ I did, the production possibilities curve, when it asked for a fiscal policy to help in a recession, you would do an expansionary one, like increasing government spending or decreasing taxes. In either one of those cases, the deficit's going to get bigger. Because if you decrease taxes, then the government's going to have to borrow more to cover their spending. If they increase spending, they're going to have to borrow more to cover their spending. So if they do that, if they increase government spending to get us out of a recession, that could increase AD initially, because of the government spending change. But because they're borrowing, interest rates are going to go up, which is going to drive down me and business spending, which could actually decrease aggregate demand. They could undo the good they're doing by spending more. By having to borrow, they can make it harder when we do this. This is why the government borrows from China and from other countries, because if they borrow outside of our economy, they kind of avoid the loanable funds market graph for us. Because me and you, we don't borrow from China or from Japan, so like it doesn't matter if the government borrows from them, because it doesn't make loans from them more expensive for me and you, right? So if the government borrows from those other entities than banks from our economy, they can kind of avoid or circumvent the crowding out problem. They still have debt. It's just that debt accumulation has less of a negative side effect on me and you. Now, the government will still have to borrow some money from banks in the United States. They'll always have to do that. There's just a set amount of money they can borrow. So they'll have to borrow from some from us, so this is still going to be a problem, just not as much of a problem. Okay, back to this question. Okay. Correct label graph, loanable funds market, equilibrium interest rate as R star, interesting, and quantity of funds as QF star, interesting, but fine. Looks like this. So far, so good. Assume the government of country X which had a balanced budget. Again, a balanced budget would mean, I'll use red, that their government revenue, which is tax revenue, equals their government spending. They are bringing in as much money as they are spending if it's a balanced budget. They had a balanced budget, past tense, this is going to matter, now increases its spending while holding taxes constant. This is going up, but this isn't changing. What? How? But it's supposed to be that. Cool. It's no longer balanced now. Now we're in this. Government spending now exceeds tax revenue. This is a deficit. If this statement is true, then you are in a deficit because now the government doesn't have enough money to cover their butts. Assume that the government funds this increase in spending with increased borrowing. They kind of save your butt by saying this, so you don't have to think too hard about this. It's like, oh, the government's going to borrow more money? Got it. What'll happen on their budget balance? Deficit. The budget balance will move towards a deficit. Bang. That's a great way to spell and write deficit. On your graph, in part A, show the impact on the real interest rate and the quantity of funds. Well, the government's borrowing more, right? Cool. They are demanding more loans. Awesome. Demand goes up. By demanding more loans, they are driving up the price of loans, and the quantity of loanable funds will be increased because banks will be incentivized to lend more at that higher interest rate. Now that's lending more to the government, not necessarily to us. So keep that part in mind. Where it's like, well, you said we'd have less money. It's like, yes, we do. The government has more. The government and us and businesses are all part of the demand curve, so it's hard to tell. So your answer would just be quantity of loanable funds goes up, real interest rate goes up. If you wanted to, you are allowed to. This is allowed. This is totally fine and respectable. If you want to draw crowding out as a supply decrease on this graph because now banks have less money to lend out to me and you, that is actually allowed. They allow that instead. If you sort of disregard the government as a demander here, and you just say because the government is borrowing more, this is happening. This is what consumers and businesses are really experiencing. But either one's fine. I do the increased demand because it's easier. Oh my god, my nose. It's itchy. So itchy right now. Sneeze it. Oh my god. The mustache is a problem sometimes because sometimes the hair like sticks up and then is just itchy. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to write increase D or decrease S. That's what you draw. One of those two. Given your answer in part B2, which is this, how will private sector people in businesses are private sector, public is government, how will private sector people, interest-sensitive expenditures, spending that is tied to interest, be affected? Okay, well, interest rate did what? Because this is interest-sensitive, so interest is going to matter. Interest rates went up. Right? In this case, this is interest rate, not inflation rate. That's why I don't like abbreviating IR, but I'm doing it to save space because I don't want to write too much. Yeah, Preston, you know. Having no hair on my lip looks weirder to me. So, also because I've had this mustache since I was in high school. Since I was Preston's age, basically. Given my answer, how will private sector interest-sensitive expenditures be affected? So, if interest rates are higher, what will happen to this? Okay, so what are interest-sensitive expenditures? It is spending that is tied to interest rates. That could be spending on like cars and homes, because you typically have to get a loan to do that. That could be a business spending on capital, because they typically have to get a loan to do that. Regardless, if interest rates are higher, what will happen to the type of spending? The type of spending would go down. Because it's more expensive now. If it was sensitive to interest rates, then having higher interest rates is going to make it harder to buy. People will buy fewer homes and buy fewer cars. Businesses will do less spending in general because the interest rate is now higher. And this is the problem. This is the problem here. Because what happens if businesses don't spend as much? If investment drops. Capital I is always investment, so that one don't feel bad. Investment is dropping. Businesses are spending less. D is the important part. Given your answer in part, see what will be the impact on long-run growth rate of the economy? It goes down. Because of this. If there's less investment spending, and there's less capital accumulation. The businesses are buying less factories, technology, and tool. They're not able to do that as much. That reduces their ability to help the economy. Because businesses, the big way that our economy grows is through the accumulation of capital and technology and tools and resources. Well, okay, if businesses are spending less, then wouldn't that reduce that? Yeah, they wouldn't be getting as much capital and technology and tools and machinery and stuff. Great. If they don't have that, then our long-term growth is worse. You don't have to say that our long-term growth that is negative. It could just be slowing down. If you wrote decreased, slowing down, we're not going as fast. We're going to experience less economic growth than originally anticipated. There's a bunch of ways that you would have been allowed to write it. Because it's not like our economy is going to shrink long-term. It's just not going to grow by as much as we would have hoped, right? If we were hoping our GDP grows by 3% per year, this could cause our GDP to only grow by 2% per year. That is still not great, as that is doing less than we'd like. It's not terrible, it's just not as good as you would have liked. You would always prefer that it grows by more. Okay, those are the graphs, the graph FRQs. Questions, comments, and concerns. This does not cover every single possible thing you could be ever asked about every graph. If I could do that in a 3-hour video, why the hell would I even teach? That'd be so much easier to do. It takes a semester because it takes a semester. So if you need more detail on a specific graph, dig through these videos. On this channel, I have the content sessions that cover basically everything from aggregate demand and supply on. I did a specific video over each thing. So if you're like, I forget how to do the long-run self-adjustment thing, that whole SRAS has to move back, I forget how that works. Cool, watch the long-run self-adjustment video. It's like, I forgot how fiscal policy works. Cool, watch the fiscal policy video. I got videos for all of it now, and they are the full explanation. So watch bits, skip ahead, skip through. Don't watch the whole hour-and-a-half thing if you've already learned it before, but skim through those videos so that you're like, oh, okay, that's right, that's how that works. I forgot how that worked. If you're like, I forgot how monetary policy worked. I forgot what all those were. Cool, I've got a video over monetary policy where I go through that. If you forgot how to do math stuff, I've got videos for all the math stuff too. I am so amazing at my job, guys. Also, I have a good camera and webcam, and I get bored, so I've been making a lot of stuff. I'm not done with this. We're not done with the Super Saturday yet. I'm still going to do comparative advantage terms of trade and then bank balance sheets. Those are the other two things that I think would be very, very, very likely FRQs for this year's AP exam. So stick around. But I'm just asking, do we have any more questions over the graphs? Over stuff I've covered today. I'm going to give us a little bit of a break. Give us about 5 minutes. 5-10 minute break. And then we'll come back and finish. We'll finish strong. Okay, don't see any questions over the graph. So I'm going to go here. Not 15 minutes, call it 10 minutes. Just going to put my face right there so you guys don't. So we're taking a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to go use the restroom real quickly. Because I've been drinking a lot of liquids right now. And I'll be back. Bigger camp. Mia, yes, I did. It's on there. It's under the Super Saturday tab on my Moodle. Let me see if I can pull that up, actually. Here it is. Super Saturday material, clicking. I bet you it logged me out because this is Moodle. Is it home? Yeah, it logged me out. Super Saturday. All the graphs you need to know from micro.doc. And the AP macro graph view, which is the PowerPoint that I'm using right now. I'm going to update this because I think I changed this PowerPoint a little bit today because I hid the Forex stuff and things that aren't in this year's exam. I hid. So I'm going to edit this link once we finish. Which I can do that right now. It's actually a good idea. Oh, you couldn't see it. Whoops. Give me a second. Let's see. Is that it? Yeah. Let me save that. Let me overwrite that. Here, let me make it so you guys can see it. So under Super Saturday material, very first thing. That's it. I got you the first thing right there. Click that. This is the graph. This is the cheat sheet that I pulled up. This thing. There might be a Forex graph in there too. Remember, don't review the Forex graph. I think the Forex graph's on this one. And then the PowerPoint that I'm doing, I'm just going to edit that actually right now. No, Matt, I don't watch Fate. I've heard it. I've heard of it. But no. I have been sticking to same very mainstream, but very popular anime for the time being. Just having a job like this makes it kind of hard to try and watch a disgusting amount of anime. I already read My Hero, so that's plenty. All right. Oh, there we go. So yeah, it's under superset material. I've updated the PowerPoint now, so that link is all good to go. He's studying to be a meteorologist, Jasmine. He did an internship, I think. Didn't you get to do that study program with the DFW? With one of the, was it CBS or NBC? I can't remember. One of those. I saw pictures of it on meteorology at OU. Good. That's why I knew he was studying at OU. I just trying to remember if he did that internship thing. Okay, we're gonna come back at 1 in a few more minutes here. Let's see if I can knock this thing out. Again, for those of you that are wondering, like, what are we doing next, in case you didn't catch the memo, after the graphs, which I've just finished all the graphs, I am doing absolute comparative advantage terms of trade and then bank balance sheets, because those are the two things that, in my opinion, are the most likely, the most likely things to be on an FRQ that aren't graphs. Like, if it's not a graph, it should be one of those. It could be a math thing, that is possible. It could be one of the GDP, unemployment, CPI things, but those are all very formula based, and I assume that they don't want you to just be able to bust out a formula chart and get a 5. Like, I don't think College Board is going to be doing that with our exam, because everything they said made it sound like they would not be doing that with this year's exam. Make sure that I have everything. Oh, I should use, I don't know what I should do. Oh god, I have not been checking the chat for a second. Have you ever watched the anime which characters aren't super high school students but logical material trying to kill each other? Full On Metal Alchemist is correct. That is a good example of that. Oh, I don't just watch those ones. Okay, I watch other ones. It's just I tend to watch mostly shonen because I was raised on mostly shonen. Full Metal is metal. Full Metal is awesome. What kind of keyboard do I got? It is a mechanical keyboard. I have silent key strokes. It's some cheaper brand. Cheaper. It's a mechanical keyboard that costs like $50. I made sure to get the one that looks like an old keyboard. That's the one. Dear God, Taurus. It has the like really nice silent keys. It's a mechanical keyboard. That's all I cared about. I needed the numpad. I don't need to be. I kind of liked the old like aesthetic of just the white and gray. Okay, now back to the stuff. Sorry, I was trying to do some super cool thing, which is me ordering lunch to try and get here after I finish the live stream, but I think that's a little too complicated for me right now. Let's deal with that after the fact. So, absolute comparative advantage terms of trade. Back to the thing. There we go. I'll do that at the end. I'll do that at the end of the video. I've heard of Tokyo Ghoul. I've seen a bit of Psycho-Pass. Psycho-Pass, I think, is the type of show that you're referring to. Okay, absolute comparative advantage in terms of trade. Okay, so just quickest refresher possible. Absolute advantage is who can make the most given the same amount of resources. Comparative advantage is who can produce it at a lower opportunity cost. It's basically who can produce more versus who can produce it at a lower cost. That's sort of the idea here. Most of you will nail absolute advantage every single time. I do not like a super loud keyboard. That's why I have the silent keys. It's a mechanical keyboard, but it has like the silent key tab. So you probably can still hear it, but I'm telling you it is so much quieter than it used to be. Oh my god, is it so much quieter than it used to be. It used to be friggin' terrible. Now it's okay. Trying to think of anything else. Okay, sorry. So, absolute advantage, who can produce the most given the same amount of resources. Comparative, who can produce at a lower opportunity cost. For absolute, you should have to do no math. You should be able to look at the table and the statement above the table and figure it out in about 10 seconds. If it's taking you too long, you are thinking of it too hard. For comparative, you have to do a little bit of math. It's really just a ratio. It shouldn't be very complicated. You are probably overthinking it if you're doing it wrong. So let's go through it. Let's explain it. Now, with the only thing that is like a reasonable excuse for you to miss these problems is if you mess up if it's an input problem. So let's make sure you understand what I'm talking about. There are two types of problems you get, and they're just based on what information you're given in the data table. The table they give you, or the information they give you, can be presented in one of two ways. It is either presented as number of things being made, like number of apples and oranges these two guys can harvest, okay? Number of expo markers and pens that this company can make, all that stuff. Okay, those would be output problems. Okay, to find the opportunity cost, you do OGO, other goes over. You take the number from the other column, you put it over the current column's number, and that tells you the opportunity cost of producing one of that good. And I'll show you what I mean. An input problem presents the data as the amount of resources needed to produce a fixed amount of the output. So if the question instead said the amount of workers to make one car, the amount of days to make one pen, that'd be annoying, but you know, the amount of blank to make one blank is input. Okay, and in that case, to find the opportunity cost, you do other goes under, take the other number, put it under your current column's number, and that'll tell you the opportunity cost. So this is where you can mess stuff up. Good news is they don't do input problems with terms of trade, so that shouldn't be a problem for us. Bad news is they have done input problems on FRQs before, just when they don't have the terms of trade problem. So maybe they throw a small bit of a comparative advantage problem in the middle or at the very end of an FRQ, because they're like, hey, screw it, let's just ask them this. When identifying absolute advantage in an input problem, they're telling you how many resources it takes to make a thing, so you actually pick the lower number. So let's show that. So what we got here is one of the examples we used in class the day I taught this for the first time. So we've got canned olives and olive oil. We've got Zaire and Colombia. Zaire can make 60 and 10. Colombia can make 24 and 8. This is the amount of canned olives and olive oil, units of them, that can be produced from 1 ton of olives. First thing, is this an input problem or an output problem? You have to determine that. And again, the statement over here is telling me what this represents. What is the 60? What is the 10? What is the 24? What is the 8? Do not assume it is just canned olives and olive oil. There's almost always a statement to tell you what these numbers represent. So these are the amount of canned olives and olive oil made from 1 ton of olives. Okay. This is a number of this is 60 canned olives produced per ton of olives, 10 olive oil per ton of olives, 24 per one. Okay, 8 for one. Fine. What that means is these are the number of things being produced. This is an output problem. Okay. This is an output problem. So we're good on that. Output, Zaire can make 60 or 10, Colombia can make 24 or 8. I put this down here at the bottom. If this table instead, if this thing right here said the amount of labor hours to make 1 ton of canned olives or olive oil, okay, then this would be input. So it's always tied to this statement. They'll have some statement over there, usually above it, that says, okay, this table represents the amount of blank to blank. If it's the amount of things being made, then cool, output, because that's the number of things being put out by the business. If it's the amount of resources to make a thing, it's the amount of things that are being put in to make the product, then input. So, who has the absolute advantage in olive oil? If we're going with the original scenario, who has the absolute advantage in olive oil? Zaire, because 10 is bigger than 8. Again, absolute advantage should require you to do literally no math. You should look at the table, look at the thing. Okay, Zaire can make 60 or 10, Colombia can make 24 or 8. Zaire's got the absolute advantage because they can make more. Absolute advantage is who can make the most given the same resources. They are given a ton of olives, so Zaire can make more. Done. Z. Who has the comparative advantage in the production of canned olives? Okay, this is where we've got to do the opportunity costs. So to find the opportunity cost of one thing of canned olives, I need to do what? Input or output problem. This is an output problem, right? Output means I got to do O, G, O. It's OGO because it's output. It starts with an O, OGO. So what I do is I take the other column's number, 10, I put it over the current column's number, 60, 10 over 60, which is 1/6 of a thing of olive oil, right? So for every time they make one thing of canned olives, they could have made a sixth of a thing of olive oil, because they could have made 60 or 10, so they could have made 1 or 1/6. For Colombia, the opportunity cost of producing one thing of canned olives is 8 over 24, which simplifies down to a third of a thing of olive oil. Now, who has the comparative advantage? Comparative advantage is who can produce at a lower opportunity cost. I have just found the opportunity cost. 1/6 is less than 1/3, so Zaire still has the comparative advantage. They have a comparative advantage in canned olives. Friendly reminders, you cannot have a comparative advantage in both goods. Because if this is 1/6 and 1/3, this would be 6 and 3 is smaller than 6. So you literally cannot have a comparative advantage in both because they are reciprocals of each other. If you're smaller on one side, you're going to be bigger on the other if it's a reciprocal. You could have the absolute advantage of both. That is fine. Zaire has the absolute advantage of both. That is allowed. But comparative advantage, you can only have the comparative advantage in one thing. Now, I'm going to do this same thing, but in blue, for if this was an input problem. So say that this bottom statement is what's happening. So this is what this is now. Absolute advantage in olive oil, that would be Colombia. Why? Because if this is the amount of labor hours it takes for them to make one ton of olive oil, okay, well then Colombia could make more given the same resource. If I gave both of these guys 80 hours, Colombia would make 10 things of olive oil, Zaire would make 8. Okay, so when it's an input problem, you've got to be careful. With an input problem, the absolute advantage is still logically pretty easy. If I read this as 8 hours to make one, 10 hours to make one, Colombia is better at making olive oil because it takes them less time. To find the comparative advantage, if it's an input problem, I do OGU. So to find the opportunity cost of one thing of canned olives, I go under. So this is 6. And this is 3. Reason being, if you're wondering how does that logically make sense, okay, in the amount of time it takes them to make one thing of canned olives, they could have made 3 things of olive oil. Because this is saying it takes 24 hours to make 1 ton of canned olives. Okay, it takes them 8 hours to make a thing of canned olives. So in the amount of time they made 1 canned olives, they could have made 3 things of olive oil. The amount of time it took them to make 1 thing of canned olives in Zaire, they could have made 6 things of olive oil. That's what it's telling me. Every time they make one of this, how much of the other thing do they give up? In that case, Colombia would have had the comparative advantage. And this is why it's important, because in the first one, when I did this as an output problem, Zaire had the answers for both. When I did it the second time, Colombia did. So you have to be able to tell if it's input or output. Again, it should be input if it's a terms of trade problem, or output, sorry. It should be output if it's a terms of trade problem. If terms of trade shows up, I have never seen them do a term of trade problem that's input. They have never done it. Multiple choice or free response. Never. So it really has to be an output problem for it to be a term of trade thing. But if there's not terms of trade in there, isn't it just the opposite of the output? Yes, it is, Jasmine. It's the opposite of the output. But if they asked you to find the opportunity cost of 1 canned olives, then you would have to find the actual answer. So it'll end up being the complete opposite, which is why it matters to get them right. I'm either right or I'm completely wrong. Awesome. So terms of trade, that was just comparative absolute advantage. Make sure you guys are on the same page on that, because it's been a while since we did it. Terms of trade was the thing that we struggled with in the moment, and we still probably struggle with, I bet. So a term of trade is a possible trade between 2 parties, 2 countries, people, whoever. It could be Zaire and Colombia in the last example, it could be whatever. In order for it to be beneficial to a party, it has to net the party additional units of a good compared to their opportunity cost, whether that's giving them more of the good or saving them some of the good, because either they're gaining or giving up. for it to be mutually beneficial to both parties, it has to fall in between their opportunity costs. This is just some stuff to know. Now, how to do a term of trade problem. If a question asks you to identify a term of trade, or is this term of trade mutually beneficial, what you do, first step, figure out who's making what in the trade. You're figuring out who is making what in this trade. So first step, who's making what? That's specialization. You specialize what you have a comparative advantage in, so you have to know comparative advantage before you start doing a term of trade problem. That's why they always make terms of trade the last problem you solve. Second thing, you set up the opportunity costs as a range and make sure you have the 1 equals blank as your range. And then you compare to their opportunity costs, keeping in mind which party is trading which good, because one side's going to be gaining, one side's going to be giving up. Let me walk you through that with the problem we just had. So I'm going to go back to the Zaire and Colombia problem. So Zaire, Colombia, we're going to treat this as an output problem, and I'm going to try and find out a mutually beneficial trade for 1 olive oil for both sides. So 1 olive oil for these guys was 6 canned olives. 1 olive oil for these guys was 3 canned olives. Okay, these were my opportunity costs. I just found them because I did other goes over. It's an output problem. So, first step, who is making what? In the output problem, Colombia is making the olive oil, Zaire is making the canned olives. I found before that Zaire had the comparative advantage in canned olives. So, Zaire will make the canned olives, Colombia will make the olive oil in this trade. So this trade is 1 olive oil for some amount of canned olives. We are trying to find an amount that is mutually beneficial. Step 1, who's making what? I know in this trade that the 1 olive oil is coming from Colombia. I know that the blank amount of canned olives is coming from Zaire, based on comparative advantage, right? That's step 1. Step 2, I need to grab their opportunity costs where they had the like term, which is 1 olive oil. So I need to grab these 2 opportunity costs, and I'm going to compare to these 2 opportunity costs. So I'm just going to rewrite it as 1 olive oil equals 3. I'm going to go numeric order because it's better for me. I'm using this version of the nose, so I know it's not a 0, if you're wondering. Question mark C 1 0 equals 6 C. Again, this and this. This top one is Colombia's. This bottom one is Zaire's. Why I'm writing that? Because I need to know who is doing better in what situation. Now, the short version is any mutually beneficial term of trade falls in between these 2 opportunity costs. So, any number in between 3 and 6 will be mutually beneficial. Let's test it. Say 4. Let's explain it. Previously, on their own, Colombia, when they gave up 1 olive oil, would get back 3 things of canned olives, right? If they wanted to forego the production of 1 olive oil, they could have made 3 things of canned olives instead, right? Now they're going to give Zaire 1 thing of olive oil, and Zaire is going to give them 4 things of canned olives. That is better for Colombia, right? Colombia is netting an additional 1 thing of canned olives. So awesome, good for them. Well, that's got to be bad for Zaire then, right? Because, Colombia is getting more than Zaire's giving up more. Here's the thing. Zaire previously, in order to get 1 olive oil, because remember, they're giving up this. They used to have to give up 6 for 1. Now they're giving up 4 for 1. That is a better deal for them, too. In fact, it's an even better deal for them. Because they're saving, too. Right? They used to have to give up 6 for 1. Now they're giving up 4 for 1, because in this trade, because they're specializing, they're the ones giving up the canned olives. So whatever number is here needs to be less than whatever number was there. Because they're giving up canned olives, they'd want to be giving up less, not more. That'd be bad if they were giving up more. So it needs to be less than 6, but greater than 3. Anything in between 6 and 3 would work. Cool. Then 4 would work. Alternatively, they can ask it like, hey, is this a good term of trade? So let's say they said, who benefits from a term of trade of 8? 1 olive oil for 8 things of canned olives. Well, Colombia used to give up 1 for 3, and now is giving up 1 for 8. This is freaking amazing for Colombia. They're getting so much more than before. For Zaire, again, giving up 6 for 1, now giving up 8 for 1. This is bad for Zaire. Zaire is not benefiting in the situation. Colombia is, Zaire is not. So when you've got a term of trade problem, if the number falls in between their opportunity cost, it's good for both. If it doesn't, it's good for one and one other is getting screwed over. There's your sort of like terms of trade in practice on a regular question, and I have an FRQ for this too. So that is just sort of like your, here's how to do it, here's how to solve it, and here's an FRQ. Oh my god, sorry. A little bit tired. It's hitting me now a little bit. The caffeine is starting to wear off. So 2 countries, Atlantis and Xanadu, have equal amount of resources. Atlantis can produce 30 cars or 10 tractors or any combination. It's saying like combination based on a graph. There's a production possibilities curve here. You don't have to worry about it. Xanadu can produce 20 cars or 40 tractors. Okay, I'm making a table. I'll always make a table on these types of questions. I've got Atlantis and Xanadu. I've got cars and tractors. Atlantis can make 30 cars or 10 tractors. Xanadu can produce 20 cars or 40 tractors. What's up, Arch? Yes. What? What? You're being noisy. What's happening? You okay? Okay. That's fine. I need the G Fuel. Okay. So this is what I've done so far. I just made this table so I could mess with it. Atlantis, Xanadu, cars, tractors. Atlantis can make 30 cars, 10 tractors. Xanadu can make 20 cars, 40 tractors. Who's got an absolute advantage in tractors? Least number of cars and tractors made, right? Who can make more tractors? Xanadu. Explain it. Explain it. How do you explain this? Explain this. How do you possibly explain that 40 is bigger than 10? You don't explain that 40 is bigger than 10. That'd be stupid. You say, because Xanadu can produce more given the same amount of resources, they have the absolute advantage in tractors. You explain using the definition of the term. Which country has the comparative advantage? Using the concept of opportunity cost, explain it. Okay, so now I've got to do opportunity cost, and it says the opportunity cost when it comes to cars. Okay, opportunity cost of 1 car for Atlantis. I take the other number, put it over the current one, so that's 1/3. For Xanadu, I do the same thing. Take the other number, put it over the current one. Tell me that Atlantis has it, because opportunity cost of 1 car for Atlantis is 10 over 30, so 1/3 of a tractor. Opportunity cost of Xanadu making a car is 2 tractors, because they could have, because 40 over 20 is 2. They could have made 2 tractors every time they made 1 car. So Atlantis definitely gives up less tractors per car, partially because they're so goddamn terrible at making tractors. So how do you explain that? You say Atlantis does because Atlantis has a lower opportunity cost than Xanadu. Atlantis' opportunity cost is only 1/3 of a tractor for every car they make, whereas Xanadu's is 2 tractors for every car they make. So Atlantis gives up fewer tractors every time they make a car. It is less costly for them to make a car. Second thing, next part, if the 2 countries specialize and trade with each other, who will import cars? Okay, so it's not who will make cars, it's who will import cars. So who's making cars is who has a comparative advantage on cars. That is Atlantis. We just mentioned that. Atlantis is going to make the cars, and they're going to ship them to Xanadu. Countries should specialize what they have a comparative advantage in. That's part of the explanation. Second part is because Atlantis is making the cars, they are then trading those cars for tractors, which would mean that Xanadu is bringing in the cars, thereby importing them. So Xanadu, Atlantis, Xanadu. Typically this is pronounced Xanadu in case you didn't know. I don't know if it's a Rush album. D. If the terms of trade are such that 1 car is being exchanged for 1 tractor, explain how Atlantis will benefit from such trade. Okay? 1 car from who for 1 tractor from who? We just mentioned it's 1 car from Atlantis for 1 tractor from Xanadu. Compared to their opportunity costs, I'm going to use the ones I already have. 1C equals 1/3 T. I'm going to move my head out of the way so you guys can see what I'm about to write. Move this, shrink this a little bit. I'll write it over here. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had some weird bug on my screen. 1C equals, I'm doing the ones that are on my board right now. 13T, this was Atlantis's. 1C for 1T, which is the trade, and this is 1C from Atlantis, for 1T from Xanadu. And then 1C for 2T, this was Xanadu's. Good news is it falls in between both, so I know it's good for both. Before I've even done any work, I know it's good for both. There's my shortcut done. But I have to explain how Atlantis will benefit. Atlantis used to give up one car and get back 1/3 of a tractor. Every time they forego the production of one car, they could have made 1/3 of a tractor. Now they are giving one car to Xanadu, and Xanadu is returning it with one tractor. That is significantly better. They are gaining 2/3 of a tractor compared to what they were doing before. So how's it good for Atlantis? Atlantis is getting 2/3 more of a tractor than before because instead of getting just 1/3 of a tractor back every time they gave up one car, now they're getting back a full tractor every time they give up one car. So frigging awesome for them. This is rad for Atlantis. If it asked you to explain it for Xanadu, you would say because Xanadu is giving up one fewer tractor, right? They used to give up 2 tractors for one car. Now they're giving up 1 tractor for one car. That is an amazing deal for them too. This is an awesome deal. That is terms of trade. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, I had to explain that so many times. I did another video earlier this week where I also explained this, so if this wasn't enough for you, feel free to go back and watch that too. And I explained it in another video. I think I've explained it like 3 times in videos now. On top of every bajillion time I've done it in class. Okay, questions, comments, concerns, go. Ask me questions, please. That's what I would say. Let's see if we have questions. Who has comparative advantage with time for input problems? What do you mean? Comparative advantage is who gives, it's still lower. It's still, comparative advantage is always who has the lower opportunity cost. So whenever, it's just how you find the opportunity cost that changes on an input problem. So Mackenzie, what you do, you follow the same like logic after you find the opportunity cost. You just have to find it with OGU instead so that you can put it in proper terms. Comparative advantage, the definitions of absolute comparative advantage never changed, and they haven't changed. Comparative is always who produces at a lower opportunity cost. It's just how you find opportunity cost and the problem that changes. Did I say I was going to stream the morning of test day? Yes, probably from like the same window, 10 to 2, going over whatever the hell you want me to go over. Answering questions, working through problems, just doing random crap to fill the time. Because I'm going to be waking up that day regardless. I have the WAP exams at 1 o'clock, so they're also going to, they might pop in and ask me questions too. But I'll be available that morning. Stream after the exam. So they want to give us like 24 hours before you guys tell me what's on the exam. I'll be getting a lot of your guys' exams anyway because they're going to send us literally your exams so that I can see what you guys did and make fun of you for it actively. I'll just spam your guys' email with just hilarious things where I make fun of you for being so stupid. No. But I will be able to see your exams, so if you just write memes in there, please don't. But yeah, they're letting us look at your responses. really quickly, actually. But yeah, I'm not going to stream right after the exam because then you guys can tell me stuff, and I don't want to break any rules. The next day you can tell me stuff, but I'll find out about it pretty soon. Okay, last thing. Last thing we're doing. Bank balance sheets. Okay, so disclaimer. In my opinion, this is incredibly likely to be on your AP exam for a few reasons. One, they haven't done it in like 3 years, I want to say, since the last time they do it, and they tend to do it just every single 3 years they do this. Like every 3 or 4 years, they tend to ask a bank balance sheet question. And they haven't done it for 3 or 4 years now, which means we think we're due. It's also a really good thing to ask about this year because you can't just have a formula sheet that saves you on it. Requires you to do math, does not require graph components. It's a skill like comparative and absolute advantage, and they haven't asked about it in a while. So it's really likely. Bank balance sheets, again, are a T-chart. They look like this over here on the right. With assets and liabilities, your assets are things like the required reserves, which is the amount of the deposit that the bank has to hold on to based on the reserve requirement. The excess reserves, which is the amount of money left over after they took out from that deposit. Loans, that's money they've already loaned out. That would be an asset for the bank. Could be a bond there, too, that the bank might have bought. Anything that is an asset for the bank, anything the bank can make money off of would be down there. Liabilities are things that they are responsible for. They are ultimately responsible for their deposits. You could also have loans from the Federal Reserve or from other banks here. That's also possible. Owner's equity is a thing that gets thrown back here. The owner has put some amount of money or stake as a stake into the bank, and that's possibly a liability too. There are 2 rules to follow. These are the 2 things you have to be doing when you solve any of these problems. Whenever there's a problem that is a bank balance sheet, make sure when you're doing stuff, these 2 things are happening. First thing, you have to maintain the reserve requirement, meaning the required reserves have to be that percentage of your deposit. The percentage varies from question to question. It might tell you up front, hey, the reserve requirement is 10%. It might give you this and then ask you what the reserve requirement is. Either way, once you find the reserve requirement, that stays true. It's not that the required reserves stay the same, it's that the reserve requirement, this number has to be that percentage of this deposit. I'll show you what I mean with this problem. The second thing is that both sides have to, in total, equal each other. Assets and liabilities have to equal one another. It's a balance sheet because they balance. So 1,000 and 1,000, good. Whenever you finish this problem, it should be the same amount of money on both sides. So here's the quick problem. This is short. This is not an FRQ. This is just me asking a handful of small questions about this chart. First thing, what is the reserve requirement? Well, okay, there's $250 in the required reserves and $1,000 deposit, so that means my reserve requirement is 25%. Okay, locked in. Unless the question changes that, this is staying the same, meaning whatever number is here has to be this percentage of whatever number is here. So if this number changes, this number changes too. Good, good. How much can be loaned out right now? Well, right now, $250 has already been loaned out. That money is gone. That money is not in the bank anymore, so that can't be loaned out because it's already been loaned out. This $500 is the amount that could be loaned out. This bank could, if it wanted to, loan out $500. That is usable, loanable, spendable money for the bank is excess reserves. That is guilt-free, conscience-free, can spend that money whenever the hell they want. Yes, it is your deposit. No, they don't give a crap. This is the thing that I'm worried about with this. The reason why I have these rules is because of problems like this, because students get freaked out and really confused on it. What happens to the required excess reserves if someone withdraws $500? You guys want to rush it and be like, okay, excess reserves drops to 0, 250, 250, 500, done. Let's walk through it. So they're withdrawing $500, right? There is no longer $1,000 deposited there. This should now be $500. With me on that. The money has to have come from somewhere on this side too, because this is the same money. So if Joe goes to the bank and withdraws $500, where would they get that money from initially? They get it from the usable money first. That is the money that can be freely given out, no questions asked, no problems. So they give out that $500. This drops down to 0. And the problem is done. Except that it's not. This problem is not solved yet because these 2 rules are not true anymore. We are not following these rules now. 2 is still right. 250, 0, 250, 500. Yes, that matches. This first rule is not true anymore. This is not 25% of this. This is half of it. This has to change. Whatever is here is 25% of whatever is here. 25% of 500 is 125. This is a 1. $125 is now my required reserves. Now that part matches. And something else has happened. Which is what? Oh God, what? What am I doing wrong now? Wait, 125, 250, that doesn't match 500. Where the hell is the other 125? That is now in your excess reserves. Thank you very much. Because what happened was, dropped to 0, the 250 that was in the required reserves. The 250 that was in the required reserves, 125 of that they had to hold on to. They had to keep in their required reserves. The rest of it is now excess reserves. Because now it's left over. Now it's usable money. Both are 125. So both are 125 now. We've got 125 required, 125 in excess, 250 in loans, 500 in deposits. Bing, bang, boom, done. Now it's solved, because are these rules being followed now? Yes, 125 is 25% of 500, and yes, this all adds up to equal that side. Now we're good. Now we have solved the problem. Now we have actually done it. And this is why it's hard, because that seems a lot more complicated than like, would you just take 500 out of there and there? It's like, nope. These two rules have to be followed. You have to make sure that you're doing these parts. This is how to make sure that you're doing it right. When your problem is solved, is this true? No. Go back and double check. Questions, comments, concerns? Odds there's going to the day. Write nice people over the exam. I mean, when you write something on the exam, cross it out. If it's not going to be graded, cross it out. So if you write nice people like 45 times and you cross it out each time, fine, I don't care. Otherwise, you're just going to be complimenting the grader, and it's going to make them real uncomfortable. Okay, last one. I got an FRQ for this. So, earlier in the morning, I'm going to do 10 a.m. on exam day. I'm not doing earlier than 10 a.m. on the exam day. I'm not going to do more earlier than 10 a.m. I don't have more than like 5 hours. I don't have more than like 4 hours of stuff to do for this class, especially after this video. Be like, can you go over every single row after the exam? It's like, I'll just literally play this video in my live stream and stare at it while you guys watch it again. Okay. Last thing. This is the last thing in the PowerPoint. See? Promise. Last thing. Last slide. Bank balance sheet of First Superior Bank. $200 in reserves, $1,800 in loans, $2,000 in demand deposits, $0 in equity. Who cares about equity? Doesn't matter here. Nothing's here. Demand deposits are just deposits that you can withdraw immediately. That's a demand deposit. It's what deposits are. Reserves are 200, loans are 1,800. Does it tell me which reserves these are? No. Which means this is excess and required. It is then combined equals 200. That is weird. That is tricky. Why is it like that? Why would they do that to us, Mr. McRitchie? Why do they hate us? It's because you're annoying. Reserve ratio is 10%. Wait a minute. This is 10% of that. But this is excess and required. Isn't this all required? It is all required. Ha 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 ha. You've been bamboozled. They could have had that there, but they didn't because they hate you or whatever. So required reserves, $200. Excess reserves, now 0. Did you see how I figured that out? Because this is reserves. It's total reserves. But it said the reserve ratio is 10%. Well, then this would have to be 10% of this. Wait a minute. This is 10% of that. Oh, that's all required reserves then. Oh. Okay, cool. What is the dollar value of new loans that First Superior Bank can make? How much money can this bank loan out right now? It's loaned out $1,800. It has 200 in its required reserves. How much can it loan out right now? None. has no excess reserves. There's 0 excess reserves. Mr. Smith deposits $100 of cash in a demand deposit in First Superior Bank. Calculate the maximum amount of new loans the bank can now make. Okay, so he deposits 100. So this is now 2,100. Out of that 100, 10% has to be held on to, which is $10. The rest of it can go to the excess, because now it's left over. So this is now 210, and this is now 90. Are my rules being followed? This is 10% of that. We're good. This all adds up to that. We're good. Okay. How much money can the bank lend out now? 90. Nailed it. Because my excess reserves are now 90 after that deposit. You can loan out of that deposit $90. As a result of that deposit, calculate the maximum change over time. Whenever you see that, maximum change over time, anything like that, it's a multiplier effect problem. So both of these answers are going to involve multiplier effect because they said maximum change over time in the banking system. How much are loans going to change by over time? How much are demand deposits going to change by over time? Okay? How do we solve this? The formula for this, in case you don't know, is the change in the excess reserves. It's a delta sign. Times the money multiplier equals the change in technically the money supply, but this is a change in the amount of loaned money. So I'm just going to put change in the loans. It's the change in the money supply, but it'll work the same here. The excess reserves changed by 90. The multiplier is 1 over the reserve requirement, which is 10%. So 1 over 0.1, because 10% is 0.1, remember? 1 over 0.1 is 10. So loans will go up by $900. They'll be able to turn that $90 into $900 of loans by loaning it out multiple times over and over and over again. Now, how that works is that money gets loaned, deposited, loaned, deposited, loaned, deposited, meaning deposits are also changing over time. If you want to find the change in deposits over time, what you do is you take the change in deposit times the multiplier to find the change in deposit over time. The deposit was $100. Multiplier is still 1 over 0.1. So this is $1,000. And this is all math tied to the money multiplier, so if you're looking for help on that, look for those videos on how that works. Okay? But this should make sense, because if they were able to loan out $900 over time, then they had to have had $1,000 deposited over time deposited there, because they have to hold on to 10%. So they, in order to have loaned out $900, would have had to have had $1,000 deposited there. That, like reverse engineering the logic should make sense. 4 is annoying as hell. Because read it. What's the maximum change over time in the money supply? Multiplier again? Wait, money supply, isn't that this one? Yep, the answer is 900. This question is a different way of asking this question. This change in loans over time is the change in the money supply. So this answer and this answer are the same answer, meaning on this question, the answers were 0, 90, 900, 1,000, 900 again. And then one reason why the change in the money supply would be smaller than that answer you found. Not necessarily, don't write that, but the basic idea would be that banks don't have to lend out all their money. They're not required to do that. If banks don't do the max loan thing, then this wouldn't happen. Okay, people could not trust banks and not put their money in banks, which would reduce this effect. If people held onto their money as cash and don't store it in banks, then the multiplier effect doesn't happen. Because again, the way the multiplier effect worked was, I get a loan from Wells Fargo. I then put that Wells Fargo, that loan money into my bank account because that's where it goes first. It's a big amount. I'm not going to carry around $900 cash or $12,000 cash or $380,000 cash. I'm going to put it in my bank. Cool. Well, the bank now has $380,000 deposited there that it can mess with and loan out and all that stuff. So they do that. It gets loaned out again. It gets deposited again, loaned out again, deposited again, loan deposit, loan deposit, loan deposit, loan deposit, and they're creating money. That was the logic for all of that. So very frequently you will see a bank balance sheet problem tied to a money multiplier problem, which means it could also be tied to a money supply thing. It could be a draw what happens in your money market graph. Well, they're increasing the money supply, right? So yeah, so the money supply goes up. Yeah. They're creating money. Questions, comments, concerns about this? Yes, this is allowed to be hard. Good news is I did a couple of videos, I think, where I went through this in pretty strong detail. I did like 4 FRQs like this, and I ran through it every time. So if you need extra help on this, watch those videos. Bank balance sheets is the title of it, or T account, one of those two. Those are the same concept. Money multiplier is in a video too. So if this part freaked you the hell out, cool, watch the money multiplier problem. I got you. I got videos over every single thing I did in this video. This is a review. This is not meant to be like first time learning this content, because God, that would suck. If you try to learn all the content for the AP exam the week of the AP exam, that would be a terrible idea. That's why I've been assigning stuff every week for 7 weeks now, second semester kids. First semester kids, you did learn all this already. It's just been a long time since we learned it. And this we only did for like 3 days. 2 or 3 days in class. And we learned it one day and we practiced it 1 or 2 more days. So questions, comments, concerns? I have not seen any. So maximum change is the money multiplier. Whenever you see maximum change, that is a multiplier problem. When it's in the context of this, like banks and in the money supply in the banking system, that's money multiplier. If they ask what's the maximum change in GDP over time, that is a spending or tax multiplier problem. So it's always a multiplier problem if they do maximum change over time. Yes. You're going to bust out a multiplier if they ask for a maximum change over time. Because multipliers are always things that happen over time. They take a while to hit. Not like long run a while, but they're not immediate. It has to process. But good question, Brandon. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Brandon had the last one. Archer, it's time for the camera. If you guys have other questions, post them in the chat. I'll stay in here for about 5 more minutes. But that is it for the Super Saturday. Archer, congratulate them or something. Lick the camera or something. I don't know. Oh, you want to see the setup? Setup is that monitor, Alienware PC, blue Snowball microphone. You can't see the webcam, but it's a 1080p Logitech one. There's that. I have the SteelSeries giant mouse pad. It is a G Series Logitech mouse, and that's it. Oh my God. Madison, Preston, appreciate it, guys. Of course. I don't want this whole thing to have negatively impacted your ability to pass this exam. Okay? There should be no reason why you can't get college credit based on this. Okay? I would never want that to be held against you. I would have done a Super Saturday at the school. If we had had the normal school year, it would have been maybe a week or 2 ago, but it would have still happened. It would have been about 4 hours. It would have been what I just did in person. I am not letting the remote learning hold you all back on that. Okay? I got you guys. So again, what this week is going to entail for you for AP Macro, if you want to, again, you have other exams, so please don't like die because of the econ one. What this week is going to be, tomorrow and on Monday, I will not be live streaming for econ. So Sunday and Monday, nothing on my YouTube channel. On Monday, I'll be going live to help with WAP kids, so don't worry if you see me going online on Monday. That is me helping WAP. On Tuesday, I'll be doing some FRQ practice over aggregate demand, aggregate supply, short run, long run, Phillips curve, and the spending multiplier stuff. So like the spending and tax multiplier, aggregate demand, aggregate supply, short and long run, and the Phillips curve, short and long run. I'm doing that on Tuesday. On Wednesday, I'm doing money market, money multiplier, this thing, and loanable funds market FRQ practice. These are both for like an hour, hour and a half from 2 until 3:30. Around then, my normal stream time. And then on Thursday, on AP exam day, I'll be going live at 10 a.m. I'll be staying online until 2:30 whenever you guys hop off to get into the thing for College Board's to take the AP exam. Then after that, you're good. Keep an eye on your email for on Friday through the weekend. I plan because I'm not going to be able to make it to graduation this year because I don't feel safe having that much social interaction right now. I'm going to be doing personalized graduation announcements for you guys. So I'm going to be doing basically video messages for each of you that you'll be getting from me, probably like a 2-minute message from me. That would have been effectively on graduation day because I'm in the graduation ceremony. I get to see you all and like shake your hand and tell you how proud I am of you of all that crap. I'm going to do that in video form for each of you. So you're all going to get a video from me individually. On next weekend, probably Friday through Sunday, I'll be sending those out. I don't know how long it's going to take me. I have like 250 kids I have to make them for, but I'll be doing that this week and into next week. Okay? But thank you guys so much for tuning in. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. To have this many of you guys watch a friggin' 4-hour thing is wild to me. And that's just the live people. I got a lot of people emailed saying they can't watch it live, but they'll watch it after the fact. It's unbelievable how many people are like actually gonna watch this video, which is just disgusting because you guys have no lives and it's super gross. But thank you so much. The commitment you're showing is so crazy good. It's unbelievable how much work you guys are willing to put in when this could be. I mean, you have every excuse right now to be the laziest human beings possible. The government's telling you to not go outside. Most things are doing nice free trials that make things really cheap for you to go mess around with. GTA 5 is free on Epic Games Store right now, in case you didn't know that. Trying to think of what else. We're trying to make sure, there's so much that's trying to make sure that you could be lazy. The school's giving you a 69 for the quarter if you do literally no work. Like, that is unbelievable. You could have been so friggin' lazy. And so many of you guys have been busting your asses. So thank you so much. It means the world to me and to any other teacher that you've been grinding still, making this last stretch still count and still work it. You're earning that 100. So thank you guys. It's awesome. Really do appreciate it. Okay. I will see you guys Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Next time you want to tune into the stream. Worst case scenarios, you'll hear from me again when I send out that video. Appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for everything.